Good morning, everybody. We're going to give 5 more minutes. If you have not already registered, could you please register so we can track our numbers accurately? Otherwise, we're going to get started in 5 minutes from now. Thank you. Good morning again. We have apparently 41 people in the room, but only 34 signed in, so 31 signed in. So if you haven't signed in, please do so now, and then we will get started on the day. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I could ask you to just take your seats and we'll get started. Thank you. If there's anybody new here from yesterday, my name is Tamara Goddard. It's my pleasure to be here to assist you today with with the work you have to do, and the agenda and information sharing is what today is all about. We're going to start today with opening comments from Chief and Council. And I'm sorry, I didn't mention I'm from the Saulteaux First Nation in the Chetwynd area, northeastern BC. So we'll start with the opening comments today. We have 7 presentations from Administration for Programs and Services. They're going to keep those presentations to 10 minutes each, except for Resources requires 15 minutes. We're going to hold our questions from those 7 presentations until after the 7 presentations. So please write down your questions on the notebook provided, and then we'll take comments and questions after all 7 presentations. We will take a break, after presentation 3, just because that's a lot to take in. After lunch, we're going to have facilitated breakout groups, and they'll be World Cafe style, so it's open discussion, and we'll be able to record a lot of additional comments and things that you may have to say that are unrelated to the presentation or what's important to you. If we have time after that, we will move into a members forum for open questions and answers. And then we'll have some closing comments from Chief Deborah Hanous. So we'll start with the opening comments from Chief and Council.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Gordon, and I thank each of you for being here this morning. Yesterday was a really great day. We started off with the cultural performance with Pee-wee and Thomas's group. One thing I can say is it's always a place of pride to see our children dancing, learning the language and the culture. Yesterday was a really good day, hearing from Kina Gabaria, the analysis on our financial situation. It was just really informative, and one thing I can say about our council is that we work really hard to be open, honest, and transparent, to provide the information that will give you all as members a clear understanding of what we're working on behind the scenes. We hold a lot of meetings. We're in there from morning till late afternoon working on behalf of the nation. I know everyone that sits at this table, as well as Billy, who is in Brazil right now, work really hard in each of our respective portfolios. My portfolios include economic development and education, and they're really exciting portfolios. I'm sure most of you have heard about the joint economic development initiative we have with the village of Alert Bay, the Namgis, and we're working hard to bring opportunities to our community. One of the big ones we're looking at right now is revitalizing the waterfront, harbor development, looking at a fuel dock, ice plant, things that have been identified by this community, things that will benefit us not only on the First Nations end of town, but the municipal end of town. We have people coming to assist us in that. We're seeking experts in the field, engineers who will be doing a walking tour on Monday with some of our members on council who know about what would be best in terms of looking at our breakwater, the infrastructure down there, how we can, where things should be going, that kind of stuff. I want to announce to people that were not aware, we will be having some series of workshops starting next Tuesday from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Learning Center. And those workshops will be to assist anybody who would be interested in starting your own business, small business entrepreneur workshops that Community Futures will be facilitating. So as a partner with Van City and Community Futures, we're all working together to assist our community in moving forward. In terms of education, I attended the First Nations Education Committee meeting in Port Hardy. Caleb Child is he was district principal for First Nations education, and at the table were other First Nations in the area, Guasala, Quagule, Quatsino, all the surrounding First Nations, and just talking about things that concern us around education and ensuring that our children are getting the best possible education and instruction that they can. And that includes looking at new curriculum to be implemented in the schools, curriculum that is relevant to our history, our culture, our languages. And I'm just really happy we've got somebody like Caleb overseeing that, being very instrumental in making sure that happens. And I was happy to hear that Ernest Alfred will be working in Port McNeill at the Sunset Elementary School. They have got an increasing number of First Nations children attending that school, and I'm really excited because my granddaughter attends that school, and she really misses the culture and the language that she experienced while here at the Tleisilagelo School. And Deb told us to be very brief so we can get through the day. So I don't think I'll go on and on. There's a lot of things that I wanted to report on, but if you have any questions around economic development initiatives and education, I would be happy to sit and chat with you. And I hope you have a great day. I look forward to today for the updates on what's happening in each of our departments. And this afternoon is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have breakout sessions where we're going to hear from you. You will have a chance to share your ideas, your concerns, your solutions to things that we face in regard to housing, education, elders, youth, all of those things that are important to us and that we really want addressed. Today's your day to come forward with those solutions, ideas, concerns. So I'm really looking forward to a fun day, and thank each of you for being here.
Thank you, Sharon. And excuse me, we should have actually started with Dixon, he will now provide us with an opening prayer along with his opening comments. Thank you.
Father God, we come to you once again asking that you be with us. We ask for your guidance today, and we pray that you'll walk with us as we do the nation's business, Lord. And we just thank you for the blessings that you give us every day. And especially want to thank you for our families today. We just ask that you undertake and look after each one of our family members. And we ask that we have open minds and hearts as we share what we're trying to do for each other and for ourselves too. We thank you for being with us now, and ask that you bless everybody here. This we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Good morning again. I told Debbie that I wanted 8 minutes today. But there's so much that I could be sharing with you that I'm having a hard time in my own mind to determine what I should be sharing with you. And the main thing that seems to keep coming back into my mind all the time is to thank you for the opportunity to serve on your council, because we're called counselors, but really we're your council. It was you, the members, that voted to put us into these chairs that we're sitting in. And yesterday morning, when we waited for the kids to get ready, I was watching them, and Pee-wee is doing a great job of teaching those kids not only the dances but how they should be presenting themselves. You could see when they were gearing up to line up behind each other, and when they danced, it was it really lifted my heart that we have young people that are coming up doing it. And part of the reason is I have the education portfolio along with the finance portfolio, and I've spent a little bit of time down at the school now working with, working mainly with Natalie, the principal, but also watching and learning about what's happening in the school. And one of the things that we have to do is spend a little bit of time learning about what we mean by what I call a full cycle. And a full cycle for our students is we get them in junior kindergarten, and then we have them for a few years until they're at about grade 8 level, and then they transfer over to NIS. Well, we need to be able for them to have success at each of those levels. We need them to be able to not only do what they were doing yesterday, having the dances, and they were singing too, so they knew all the songs. And but we also need them to be able to do what everybody calls the 3 R's. If we don't know how to read and write and do arithmetic in this day, it's the same as when we were going to school. If we don't know how to do it, it makes it really difficult to be successful and keep moving forward. And so, and what I've been talking to Natalie about is that I want to do what we call culturally infuse all of our culture wherever we can into the curriculum that's expected of us by the BC government. There's ways that we can do that. In the years that I spent as a coordinator with the Ministry of Education, we did have the beginnings of what they call learning outcomes now, and we did do a series of things that you could do and be able to do your reading and writing and arithmetic. And what I would like to do is invite you to come to Place Love, find out what they're doing. They do some great things there. We actually have a little bit of an increased enrollment this year, and what we need to do is hang on to those kids, teach them what they need to learn at the whatever level they're at, and then walk with them. I always say that if you're working with somebody, I like walking with them. I don't like being try to like I'm. The word superior just keeps popping into my head, and it's when I work with people. In the end, I want to let them know that I'm working with them. They're not working for me, and that has always made it a little bit easier for me. I'm going to conclude by just saying that I do have the finance portfolio, and we've had a lot of information on finance yesterday. And if you want to know anything about what's happening in either the education or the finance portfolio, I'm always open to you coming up and talking to me. And we'll, I'll try to listen to you, and if I can, I'll bring it to the council table. Our finances right now, we're just really at the beginning. We finally have got a handle on where our finances are, and we've got a long way to go. And so what we need is your continued support in doing the things that we're doing, and we really appreciate it. Many people came up to talk to us when we're sitting at the table yesterday, and they were very comfortable and happy with the way things went yesterday, and we really appreciate that feedback. Gracias.
Thank you, Arnie. Sorry, thank you, Dixon, and now Arnie, please take the floor.
Thanks a lot for this. First off, I want to thank the people that voted me in the last election here. I really appreciate that. And you know, when I think back of what my portfolio was in the past was fisheries. You know, one of the things that I've learned over a period of time meeting with DFO and all of the people that are involved in our management, I think about that. You know, right now I don't have any portfolios. I just newly elected in a week ago, so I'm going to be lobbying our leadership on fisheries. Knowing and understanding the importance of fisheries is so important. I heard a lot of great comments yesterday talking about that. I looked at the presentations on where our priorities are. I pay attention to those things, so I think about the opportunities. I think about the opportunities. I look at that $40,000 that was presented to us yesterday. Is that still available? You know, there's other alternatives to salmon. When I think about all the other things that we can rely on in the sea, from our clams to our prawns to our halibut, there has to be a strategy in place so that our people no longer go without food. That's really important. You know, when we talk about the culture that Sharon talks about, a part of that is our resources, and that's our celebrations of what we do as a people. I think about these things, you know, and I've been heavily involved in the past with council on fisheries, and, you know, we started developing relationships with a lot of nations up and down this coast, the 54 nations on Vancouver Island. That's really important to us to start talking about protocols and how we can work together as First Nations people to go forward and fight for those rights that we're talking about. When I look at the PIC fee programs and I look at the AFS programs, to me, they're designed to control us. And we've got to keep that in the back of our minds when we're thinking about the carrot that's in front of us as a people. It takes away our rights at certain points where we have to seek permission to do the things that we have a right to do. We're born with that right. We're born with that right. So I think about these things. You know, I heard a few comments about the cap on the $500,000. I think that's a good conversation that we need to have. Is that too high? And that's for you to decide. That's your decision here. You put the cap on it and you can decide how big the cap should be. And you give us that guidance on that. So I heard George talk about that yesterday. That's important. That holds us accountable to the things that we need to do as leaders. So that's just some of the options. And I'm just playing catch up with what the leadership has done in the past since I've been out in the last while. But I really look forward to working with all of these guys and supporting everything that we do. Not only the membership, not only the leadership, but the membership as well. If given the portfolio on fisheries, I want to come to this community and the membership and the off reserve to see how we're going to provide for our people. What is that going to look like? What's the strategy for the Namgis River? You know, 100,000 plus salmon have been going up that river in the past few years, and we haven't got a plan in place for our people to provide from that. So we need to sit down and talk about that. You know, it wasn't the leadership that shut that river down. It was the membership quite a few years ago. The membership have an opportunity to reopen that. And it's been open, and I appreciate the things that Randy's been doing to make sure that some of that fish is provided for our people, but it's not enough. So we've got to start putting caps on, let's say, if we get an estimate of 60,000 fish up our river, what can we take from that to provide for our people? So I just wanted to touch on a few of those things and playing catch up, like I said, like you all are right now today. I learned a lot yesterday from the things that have been accomplished by the leadership, and I really appreciate and look forward to working with them. Oh.
Thank you, Arnie, for your words. And floor will go to Victor.
Good morning. Thank you for all being here again today. I also like to thank the people who are coming in via web to participate in the all-important meeting we're having today. Just going to try and sort out where I begin here, but just going to give a bit of a history of, for those who don't know me. In 1980, I ran for council. I'm 19 years old and served for 20 years. And in 2001, I returned to university and at the age of 42 and got a degree in business. And then I went from there to work for Aboriginal Affairs Canada, where I do audits. I do financial audits, what Corey presented yesterday, that dry bit of information you had up there. I did that for 10 years. So I got a bit of insight from Aboriginal Affairs perspective, and then had 20 years previous on council. So coming back last July to come home from a medical leave due to a car accident, I was home for a few months and then got nominated again. So I can't not participate. So I jumped back into the fire again. But it's a warming experience to be able to be involved with our people. So just to start of what sort of things that I've been dealing with since last December when I got back in again. I've been involved with the Orca Sand and Gravel as a director. It's an interim position until we could fill that position. So Orca Sand and Gravel, I've been meeting with them and to understand the global markets that they're dealing with, as well as the local current and situation that we're dealing with for our members and involved with HR, etc. And we've developed an HR committee now to make sure that our employees are looked after over there well. But the Orca Sand and Gravel, you got all the information yesterday as to where it stands, etc. But we're continuing with that. So my other one is Atlee Forestry. I was involved as a director there in the interim, and now I've been replaced. Dan Everett is also on there as well. So I've been moved from Atlee. So what's interim is now happening. I've been starting to get off the director's positions because of limited partnership concerns. So we're doing that now. Also, I've been serving on Coterra as a director, and I've been working with Coterra board. We recently went down to the Albion Fisheries, where they have in Richmond. They have all our product there, and we had 60,000 pounds of product that was known as the end pieces, which is not the prime cut that the stores and restaurants want. And about a year ago, I suggested that those end pieces go off to Hardy Boy Smoke, and then we start developing a new product. And they did that, and now we're down to 15,000 pounds, and we're making more money in that area. So, also I serve on the finance committee with Dixon, Deborah, and Verna. So I've been serving on the finance committee as well because I'm involved with audits, etc. So I was able to assist in that area as well. One of my main portfolios is fisheries as well, and fisheries is a big topic. Fisheries has always been our bread and butter for this area, and in the years when Mifflin Plan happened, the fisheries hope was to get more licenses in other areas such as prawn, crab, and halibut, etc. So we worked towards getting those through PICFI and AFS. And we also wanted a mosquito fleet that we brought to Ottawa a few times. The proposal there, and it always ended up getting turned down because they have their own programs where they want to just distribute some licenses to us. So we do that. And also on the Mama Omas committee, the board of Mama Omas, which is the involved with PICFI, and we're sort of overseeing the AFS agreements now, and with that, we're going to be meeting with Atlegay. Atlegay is from Camel River. They have a fisheries organization there, and they proved they're being successful in buying new licenses and keeping fish on the table for their members by using 10% of whatever catch that those boats get, halibut, prawn, etc., and using 10% towards the elders. They freeze it, pack it, and deliver it to the elders. Any boat that goes out for us, with AFS agreement or a PIC fee agreement. And we're trying to model that sort of plan so that we can have a stock for our elders as well. So we're meeting with them on November 2nd to get a little bit more direction on actually what and how they do business, because they've proved very successful. So we want to sort of model that. And I'm also on the Fraser Salmon Management Council, and I've been fortunate to take the position from our good friend Greg, who was on this board through BCR. The band has supported me to be as part of the Fraser Salmon Management Council. And just yesterday, with the Fraser Salmon Management Council, we're directing a lawyer we hired to sit down with DFO and negotiate our concerns. And the DFO has agreed to this new approach of doing business and trying to come to a conclusion on how we're going to be dealing with food, fish, etc. So we now have a process in place. There's 9 of us in the province who are on the Fraser Salmon Management Council. 3 are considered from Marine Approach, which is West Coast, East Coast, which is us, and then the southern bands. And the Marine Approach members chose to support my involvement on the negotiations team. So we're down to 4 in the negotiations team, and I'm glad to say I'm part of that. So I'll be negotiating on our behalf. And without you have to have support from the band via BCR, or make sure that we're not selling the farm. So just want to make sure that concern's there as well. I see a 5-minute notice here, so I know Deb took 10 yesterday, so I'm going to continue on. But yeah, just want to let you know that it's been very active since I've been home. I'm glad to be part of this. I'm glad I went away to get insight on the business side of the world through my training through INAC, and I'm glad to be back to support the band. Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you, Victor. And Chief Deborah, you have you have the stand.
I just want to keep my comments very brief. Victor's going to laugh now. I had a lot of airtime yesterday, and I just wanted to very quickly say that I have the honor and privilege of working with this incredible team of people sitting here at this table. They always go above and beyond. We have 2 regular meetings a month, but there's not a single day in any given month where these people are not at a meeting weekly and sometimes even daily. I've never seen such an incredibly dedicated and hardworking team. So I just want to really express my appreciation to this wonderful group of people sitting here at this table. And also, there needs to be more opportunities at future meetings for these people to share with you the hard work that they do and all of the wonderful things that they're doing. So 2 days is not enough, but we'll find ways to ensure that there are more opportunities for our council members to share with you the amazing work that they're doing. Gila Kesla.
Thank you, Chief Deborah. And Kelly, you have the floor.
Can everybody hear me? I think so. Yeah, good. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming out on this soggy October day. It's always good to gather together and to share information and to hear back from you, which hopefully this afternoon we'll have a good exchange about your ideas and thoughts and concerns as we move forward. I have been on council now for almost 2 years. Isn't that kind of amazing? It's sort of flown by. I have been amazed actually at what I have learned, and I hope that I have been able to contribute to some of the progress that we're making in a number of areas. My portfolios are community justice and housing. We're going to hear about the housing program, so I'm not going to touch base on that. For community justice, please keep your eyes open. There is a poster that I know Gina has started putting on our Facebook and on our webpage. There will be a community event in about 10 days where we're going to talk about some important issues around managing pain and also looking at how the community can help us deal with the drug problems that exist on our island. So please come out. There's posters about for that. In addition to my portfolios, I also sit on the council's policy committee, which is one of the areas where I hope I can offer some of the skills that I have in that area. Most of my working career was in the area of policy development. I also chair our partnership committee with Van City, a very important initiative to secure the the economic stability of our island. So if you haven't taken out a membership, please go by the branch and talk to them. We would like to ensure that almost everybody on the island, if we could, was in fact a member. We're doing very well. I just got a note from Stuart Anderson, my counterpart on the partnership committee, and we've just hit over 400 members since May. And that is an amazing result for a new financial institution. So please come out and show your support. I also chair the Joint Steering Committee. Sharon shared with you some of the activities of the Tides of Change. I was recently asked to take on the role of being the chair for that joint initiative with the Village of Alert Bay. You'll have seen around town some of our historic signs, and we're working on right now the development of the next set of historic sign with the goal of having that sprinkled out through the community by next tourist season. The entrepreneurship training Sharon mentioned is starting, and that was something that members of the community across the whole island asked us for. There is another piece. I worked with some of our staff to bring up to our council a submission to address repairs to our wharf. So we're waiting for word from the federal government. It's a long shot because many communities put forward applications, but that work was done. In addition, I worked with the village office and we put together a submission that also went in through a provincial funding source that hopefully will get us some of the money to pay for some of the technical work we need done to do our harbor redevelopment. It included as well, even though it was the village submitting the submission, they actually put in for the capital dollars for us to repair the main planks and the wharf head of our dock. So that's another example of the collaboration that we're working on with the village. I think this meeting, I think, is an example of some areas around improvements in governance. When I was campaigning to be elected and when I've spoken to you before, I've told you that good decision making is a critical piece of what I see as my responsibility to you and to all of our members. We have had, quite frankly, mixed results. We have made significant improvements in our transparency, and we're really working hard to improve the way that we communicate both to you and then to hear back from you. And we've seen some of that information shared with you. And I think that that is a very positive step that really enhances our accountability to you for what we're doing. So it's not just about information, but it's by sharing with you what we're doing and where we're spending money. You can tell us back whether or not you're satisfied with the job we're doing. And then when it comes election time, you get to decide whether you like us or not. And so those are important parts of the democratic system. We've also spent a lot of time, and I am very pleased that around our table, we have a much higher and deeper knowledge about our economic corporations, how they work, as well as our financing. However, the area where we continue to struggle, and I think it's really important to present a balanced view, it's very tempting to come to a meeting like this and really focus on all the accomplishments and to fill gaps and to be responsive. But quite frankly, we have really struggled with being an efficient decision-making body. Our portfolio system is outdated, and we have made several attempts to have that discussion, and we are continued. Don't get me wrong. It's not that anybody sitting at this table doesn't recognize this challenge, but we often have many meetings, and we have difficulty setting priorities. We have difficulty using our time efficiently. And so we have committed to addressing these concerns, but that's important for you to understand that sometimes we're working hard. We're not necessarily working the most efficiently, but we are working on improving that. So I think it's all very good in terms of our commitment to try to do the best job we can to reflect the trust that you've placed in us to make good decisions on your behalf. So I'm really looking forward to the coming months as we continue to get deeper and deeper into how we can be a better informed and more efficient decision-making body. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Right to your 5 minutes. Thank you for keeping it in check, and we'll hear from Art next. Art, you have the floor.
Kila kastahla nugam tlakwagila. Kila kazula kus Gacha Kuskin Gat is the Slegger was Kinyacha Quill, Kinyakan Tala Kikdachul. Is so healing us no Koyelasa, or Mission Dakalakus, Isaslos, Kustuklosacha, Quigilasano, Kula Golnakular. I want to thank you all for being here, and I'd like to thank people that voted me in December. It's been a very hectic, interesting year, all for the good. A lot of things have happened, but one thing that I really want to express my gratitude to is when we were without a band manager, my Nula Dixon Taylor stepped in on a volunteer basis, no paycheck, nothing. And then Verna took some time off for health reasons, and our chief, Deb, stepped in. And she was doing 4 jobs all at once, and she was on the verge of a breakdown. And these are the things that people out here don't understand. These 2 people basically carried the load of our band on their shoulders. And I really think they deserve a round of applause for what they've done. And without the expertise of our staff that's sitting in the back there, a lot of this stuff wouldn't happen. There's so many brilliant people. And out of the last 16 years, I've been on council for 15 of them, and I have a lot of experience on what happened previously, and I bring that to the table all the time. And when the rest of the council don't know what happened previously, I can step in and fill in with the information on a broad spectrum of items. I was on fishery first 5 or 6 years of my council term, and then I moved to forestry. And I was on the RCMP liaison, and during our time at the KTFC, Robbie and I were involved with fighting the fish farms, and I worked on a fish farm, and I know what they do out there, and it's nothing has really changed except that they've got bigger and messier. So, you know, the damage to our environment out there is crucial for us to be looking after, and a lot of the things that's going on out there is not being recognized, and we do have a vested interest in it, because our young smolts, when they leave our river, they go into the mainland and the fish swim all over there where the sea lice is infecting everything. But my portfolio is forestry and culture, and like I said yesterday, on the cultural end of it, I was brought up in a cultural environment, and my family has given countless number of potlatches and stuff, and my grandparents in Village Island never knew how to speak English, so my family and I are fluent in our language, and I think that our language has to be addressed now, if not yesterday, because about 20 years ago I went into the Umista and I told those people, you better start recording Glennie Johnson, Charlie Williams, Bill Hunt, and all those people that were speaking the old language of the big house, and that never happened. So if we don't do anything now and start teaching the people that understand our language, then that language can be brought into our homes. And don't bring it into the school. You know, if I was read to out of a book when I was learning, I never would have learned the language. And you talk to the children as if you're reading to them. It seems to me, from an outside looking in, it's a condescending attitude, and the kids don't want to learn from that. And I'd like to see some graduates come out of there. And if you want a language to be learned, you hire all the Kwakwala speaking people and get them to go and teach in the schools. And all they do is talk. If you go up to the Nishka people, they don't hire anybody that's not fluent in their language. We've got to take an example from what they did up there to get there. And I've been harping that for the last 16 years, and we have to do something with our language and our culture. You know, every time we hear the audit, our culture is so many millions of dollars in hole, and that's because the government doesn't want us to learn. It's got nothing to do with us. It's got nothing to do with the people teaching our kids. I take my hat off to them because they care. And, you know, I'm 66 years old now, and I've only been asked over the last 30 years to be involved with teaching the language about 3 or 4 times. That's wrong. That's wrong. And with the forestry, there's so many different changes here that, you know, it's confusing. And like I said yesterday, I don't get involved with any of my portfolio stuff because there's really nothing happening. And I just want to thank all of you. But I do have a vast experience on just about all the stuff that we've gone through.
Thank you, Art. Okay, thank you for your words, and the floor will go to Robert.
Thank you. I'd just like to say a few words before I make my speech. Yeah. Thank everybody for being here for 2 days. There's a lot of information overload, but it's also a lot of information that we were never privy to in the past as well, and we're finding out a lot of the information just like you are about what happened to the money and where it went and who spent it. So this is the transparency that everybody's talking about that you have asked for, and we brought it forward. And everybody says what happened to the money. We're finding out as well too, but it's been a lot of work. I remember when we first started and Deb became on chief, we were in meetings 4 or 5 days a week. You know, it was a long, drawn out process to get everything working. So my hat off to the rest of the council. We were very, very busy at the start, and we were calling Deb the slave driver. But it worked. We found out where everything is, and we had people going over the books for us, what you guys wanted to know, and hats off to everybody up here. But my main thing here is I've been on council now for 8-9 years, and my main focus is always wanting to listen to the members, talking to the members, and doing what the members want. And you know what? That is now happening. We are listening. We are not going to be here and just be a sounding board anymore. We're going to be an action-oriented council and actually do things that you guys want now. And we're long overdue. We're not going to just sit here and not act on what you guys want. It's a mandate that Deb put forward. Unity. That's why we have to listen and do as the members want. And it's a tough job right now, but once we get over that hump and get a hold of our finances, we're gonna do great. And we're gonna have a lot of meetings to discuss what's gonna happen in the community, to do with jobs, to do with strategic planning, and all that's gonna come from you. And it's gonna be a long, drawn-out process. It's not gonna happen overnight, but we're finally getting on the same page and working with the community and listening and making sure that we get all of your input over about what you wanted for the years. And I'm just so proud to be on council now where we're actually doing what the members want. And it's still going to be a lot of work. Don't get me wrong. We still have a long way to go. And a lot of the stuff that comes out of here is that all of us are also in the Title and Rights Forum where we're working for that strategic plan that Deb was explaining yesterday about the governance and all that. And we need so much work on that front as well too. And we need to get the Constitution up and running again, like me, Victor, and Dixon were on that Constitution committee. We need to get all those our own Aboriginal laws back in place, a lot of the policies in place. We need to firm up all these policies. And one thing I really like everybody to know is that we had a lot of discussion meetings about hiring our new senior administrator, and he's really good at strategic planning and policy development, and that's one thing we need help on. And I just like to let everybody know that Hopeton's here with a lot of vast experience about what we need to do to move forward. So we are on the right track, but it's still going to be a lot of work. And we're here for the members, to listen to the members. And also, I'm on the ECDev portfolio with Sharon as well, too, and that's one thing we really, really need, and we hear the members that they need jobs, and that's one thing we talked about. And I remember when Arnie was on council, he always said, we need an ECDev officer, we need an ECDev officer for years. Well, now we're looking at hiring one. We need an ECDev person on this reserve to apply for funds where we need it, to get jobs where we need it, to help the businesses where they're needed. So that's another position that's going to be coming up. And another one that we really, really need, and it was also identified by Hopeton when he did his report to us, is we need an HR person in our band, a human resources person to be there for everybody, all employees, members, and whatever need to be done. So there is a lot of work that we're doing. It's that people need to know that we are working on your behalf, and I'm proud to be a part of this council now. Gelakasla.
Thank you, Robert, for your opening comments. And Stephen, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming out, and thank the people who are watching online. Robbie's just flashing the 5-minute thing for me here. It's almost been a year now since I've been on council, and I feel like I've learned a lot in that short time, as well as the limited time that I've been able to be here because of my job with Western. And it's been a bit overwhelming at times, realizing the responsibilities and the weight of the decisions we have. Like this summer, we had like a small kind of little piece of money, and it's like, people talk about mosquito fleet, seine boats and all that. And, we want to save for that, for the future, right? But we also want to feed our people food fish. So how much do we spend on food fish, and how much do we put away? So just trying to figure stuff like that out, and kind of just learning about a lot of different things. And I have the culture portfolio as well as the forestry, same as my Uncle Art here. And I've kind of done some things. I've reached out to Caleb Child and Jay Dixon, the principal at NIST, to try kind of see what they're doing as far as culture, because I feel like, we have a lot of focus on our schools here and the cultural programs here, but, everything we do here gets lost when the students go over there. So I kind of wanted to put more focus on that and make sure that it's a constant learning, and that they retain what they learn here when they go over there, right? So that's a bit of what I've been doing, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Stephen. So that will conclude our opening comments from Chief and Council, and thanks for all your words today. We're going to try and get through at least one, maybe two presentations from administration before we have a break. I noticed that there are some snacks there available. We'll have Hopeton and Verna to come and do their presentation. And again, these presentations should be about 10 minutes each. We're going to hold questions and comments till after we hear from all the presentations. So please just take a moment to jot down anything that you have pertaining to each one.
Good morning. I just want to introduce myself for some people that may not know me. I'm Verna Ambers, Assistant Administrator for the Namgis First Nation.
Good morning, Hopeton. I prefer Hope. And I want to thank you to Chief and Council, of course, and to this community. You've been so welcoming and kind. You're a true island people. Before we get into the breadth of our report, and we're conscious of our time and conscious that we have to set an example for our directors in terms of the 10 minutes, and that nobody gets preferential treatment. So, very well aware of that. Just some quick comments. You've heard from Chief and Council this morning, the issues you've brought forward to them, the things we need to address as administration, because indeed, Chief and Council are the thinkers, and we're the hands that get the job done. So that's what we're going to talk about this morning, is how these hands work for you. Okay. So administration provides support to Chief and Council. That manifests itself in many ways, from taking minutes, recording those minutes, making sure they're accurate, to putting together this session here for the last 2 days. Those are all things we do. Of course, from any council meeting, there are directions that are given to us that we must follow up on, because they're important in the business of the nation and the support to the people. At times, we're asked to provide recommendations to council on various matters, and so we go out and do that through our directors, of course, and through the main office. Sometimes it's financial, sometimes it's legal, sometimes it has to do with the fisheries, as you've heard quite a bit on, and so we go out and do that. At times as well, we have to go out and research something to find the information we need, and do it in a way that provide good, solid information to Chief and Council so they can make the best possible decision.
We also provide supports to our departments, and our departments are health, technical services, education, Kwakwala'atsi Child and Family Services, Natural Resources Department, the Finance and Communications, and we also work with the consultants. Here you go, Hope.
Okay, thank you. I'm reminded that we have people on the internet, so we need to move this ahead. Got to get with the new technology. Who, what, when. And of course, everything we do is based on the 4 pillars. And to remind you of those, our people, our governance, our territory, our economy. So everything we do, we use those as the focus, as the point from which we operate and which we answer questions. So support to the departments, and they'll be speaking after us. And the department heads report to the administrator, to myself, and Chief and Council has 1 employee, that's me. And so the report comes through to me. If council has any concerns, any recommendation, any issues, those are voiced through me, and I take actions on those. So guidance to our directors, and frankly, we are blessed to have some very experienced people who've worked very hard to support this nation. I'm amazed at how much information we have. To be honest with you, and I've worked with First Nations communities for over 30 years, I've never seen that much information in any of them. Anytime I ask a question, somebody provides me a report. So we have all the plans in the world. Frankly, we simply haven't acted on them. We haven't used them as the background to move forward. So you won't be seeing many more consultants around here because we have all the reports we have. And we simply now have to put them in place, look at how we can target specific use of consultants as we move forward. Budget planning is part of what we do. And of course, the program delivery from health, the resources or resource department, and we also do planning to move forward.
And we also ensure that each department and program are aligned and working towards the common goals that have been established. At times, this means that we have daily contact with our departments, but we generally have a monthly, quarterly, and annual meetings. So we work hard to interact with one another. We're starting to, we call it breaking bread. We're starting to have a lunch together where we all we're bringing something for lunch, and the department heads will get together. So we have sort of an informal time as well as the administrative time to learn about the programs and learn about what some of the challenges are. And with that, I think that's a new direction that we're looking at. It's quite exciting.
Some of the other things we do, and Councillor Robert spoke to this earlier in terms of our human resources and our policy development. And yes, that's something we must work on, because in any nation, any country, the most important assets are the people. And so you, your children, your grandchildren, and from our end as administration, our staff, because if they feel good about their job, if they're challenged, then they're likely to feel a sense of ownership and produce better for us. So when it comes to human resources, it's important who we hire. And so that hiring process is part of what we do. So we'll advertise for a job, we'll screen the applications, we'll arrange for the interviews, and we really work hard at finding the best possible candidate for that position.
Okay, and then carrying on with that, we ensure that we have the necessary documents and that they're reviewed and filed. That would be any government documents, anything we get from AANDC or external agencies. Ensuring that payroll benefits and other pertinent information are processed in a bi-weekly fashion. Ensure orientation of the new employee. We've had a little bit of a challenge with that in the past, and we intend to work really hard so that we have an orientation package for each new employee that comes in. So that'll be another job with the department heads.
A critical piece, of course, of what we do is the services to you. We have the membership desk who does the registration, birth, deaths, etc. But at times, a member might come with specific issues, something they need assistance with. Sometimes it will go to some of our departments to help sort out if it's a health-related issue or an issue to do with the provision of supports to that family or training. And when that comes through, that goes to the appropriate department to take care of. At times, though, we need to advocate on behalf of somebody. That might mean dealing with somebody outside of the nation, somebody in another community, etc. But we see that as really critical and something we are keen on making sure happens in a good way for our members.
Good. Well, we got 2 minutes, so let's speed her up. All right. Just a little bit of discussion about administrative and organizational. We are here to help with the setting the strategic goals and for the Namgis First Nation and developing a business plan. Hopeton's already said that we have many projects and proposals that are sitting on the shelf waiting for some action, and so we'll be working towards that. We facilitate events like this annual general meeting and other community events and activities, and lots of people behind the scenes to make things as successful as they are. And then we are also responsible for budget preparation. We do that on a monthly basis, quarterly, annual review, and we also support the annual audit that takes place that was presented yesterday by Corey McIntosh and Lynn Anderson. We're also responsible for external relations with other levels of government and all organizations outside of the Namgis.
Maybe one more slide.
You go through.
Okay.
Go through the goals and I'll do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Goals. One more. Okay. All right. I should add troubleshooting as part of what we do. As with all our departments, and as you heard from Council again, we set goals of the things we need to accomplish in any particular year. So part of what we're working on is a long-term plan, so a 3-year strategic plan that we'll review annually in a planning cycle. And from those plans, we set goals. So some of the things you heard we talk about yesterday was the rights and title. Our resources, how will we handle those? The 4 pillars that I talked about earlier in terms of the economy and jobs for folks, as was mentioned. And so we set goals from that. And the goals we've set so far for this year, the completion of the strategic plan and the direction that plan will guide, completion of the policy development work, and there was a review done of the policies of the nation. And so it's one of those documents we talked about earlier that's sitting on the shelf, and so we'll develop some policies from that. We are working at our directors having more control of their budgets so we can handle possible deficit surplus situations better, and that means they need more timely information. And so one of the things we're looking at is some software where they can get that information in a timely way so that improves their ability to manage that program's budget. So we're looking at that software. We'll be identified some training needs of our folks because, as I said earlier, the people are an important piece. And for this organization, that's true, very true. And so we'll be looking at the training needs of our folks and looking at how we can support them better. We have some budget challenges as were identified yesterday, and part of what we'll be working on this year is to identify those budget shortfalls and how we're going to deal with it throughout to the end of this year, but also in our budget planning for next year. Gila Kasla.
So this wasn't part of the PowerPoint presentation, but I just wanted to make a few closing comments. First, I just want to thank everyone who's taken time out of their busy schedules to be here to come out to the AGM. It's really important to be involved, and nice to see people from out of town as well. I want to thank Dixon Taylor personally for providing us with administrative support over the last 7 months. He stepped up to the plate, and I thanked his wife as well because she has a lot of patience. Sometimes she was in the parking lot for half an hour to an hour waiting for him. So thank you, Dixon. I want to thank the staff for all of the hard work that they do for the organization, and Job well done. It's my pleasure to continue to work with all of you, and we all work really hard for the highest good of our First Nation. And I'm happy to be part of the team. I look forward to working with Hopeton, and I can't wait to see how these visions come into reality over the next year. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hope and Verna. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now, and yeah. When we get back, there'll be 6 more presentations, and if we stay in timeline with those 6 presentations, we'll have about 30 minutes for questions and answers before lunch. Thank you. Good morning. We've got 2 minutes to get back to our seats and get started with the next round of presentations. Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a presentation from Health. We've got Georgia Cook and Shannon Alfred taking the floor for their presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're really glad to be here. And before we start, I just want to acknowledge the present council as well as previous councils for their visionary exercise in health. I want everyone to know that the health center, can everyone hear me? No? Almost? Okay, so our health center is a model used not only for island health, but other areas in the province. And we've had visitors as far away as Australia come look at the health center and how it delivers services. The two examples I want to use on the island are the new primary care office in Port Hardy, as well as the Oceanside Medical Center in Parksville. Those two facilities are modeled on the Namgis Health Center. We've had talks just recently with Sinemoch and Cowichan tribes, as well as a Howsit, who have come to visit and looked at how we deliver healthcare in the Namgis territories. I also want to acknowledge Dixon, who has been very supportive in the time where we haven't had an administrator, and just his encouragement along the way. And I'm really excited with Hopeton joining the team. We did attend a meeting last week, and Hopeton was part of it, and we did get to speak to First Nations Health Authority about we actually have 3 areas of concern, and that was our dental, our doctor's office, and non-insured health benefits, which is patient travel. So we're looking at, if not totally alleviating those deficits, working on them gradually. So they were very positive, especially with the fact that we have a new federal government, and they're quite excited at the promises that were made during the campaign, and we're going to be looking into those. So that's really exciting. Today I have with me Shannon Alford, who's a really important part of our health center. And after I've done the slide presentation, Shannon will be speaking to her role as well. So the health center has been in existence since 1983. And if you notice, I have the wrong date. I thought I was going to be presenting yesterday, so it's actually the 25th, should be on there. So I'll figure this part out. There we go. So based on the foundation of our culture, traditions, and respect for individual choices and responsibilities, the mission of the Namgis Health Center is to facilitate the emotional, mental, physical, spiritual well-being for the health and safety of all clients and staff. Our mission statement has been pretty well the same for the whole existence. We've added a couple of items, and that's the health and safety for clients and staff. And that was added because of the accreditation process. Health and safety is huge when you're going through accreditation, and we will be doing a second visit in November. So we're quite excited about that. We are an accredited facility, and we're looking to continue that. The Namgis Health Center vision statement. So our vision is for the Namgis Health Center to establish, sustain quality services and programs with respect to our culture and traditional values as identified in the Namgis First Nations Strategic Plan. The other part of this culture and traditional values, we try to incorporate the traditional values of the Namgis as they are laid out in the Umista, and we are going to be posting those in the health center, so it will be a reminder for all our staff and people that provide services there that these are the basis of our value and the vision for the center. So this is part of our staff. This is actually a picture from last year. As you can see in the background, St. Mike's is still up. This statement is really important because this is developed by the staff at the health center, and they reviewed it several times and tried to get the essence of why they work in health. As a health organization and as individuals who value honesty, integrity, mutual respect, and openness, we will work to establish a great work environment, embracing diversity, applying the highest standard of excellence that will reflect Namgis culture and all our services and programs. As you can see, we've tried to include the culture in all aspects of our vision, our mission, and the staff's value statement. So in January, we entered into strategic planning. And those that were involved in the strategic planning were our health board members, our staff, and they were different focus groups that we would ask questions of. So I'd like to acknowledge our health board members. Our members right now are Deborah Hanius, Bill Wasden, Lillian Hunt, who is the Namgis member who lives off reserve, and we have Gloria Webster, who is a Namgis member living on reserve. So we do meet monthly, and they are an advisory board to the health center. So the goals that we've come up with, and we've got 6, is first, to reduce the incidence of substance abuse and violent behaviors. So we've done this in a variety of ways. One is the meeting that's going to be held in the first week of November, and that's with the Community Justice Committee. And so we're going to have speakers about the drug, I guess the practices right now, and that how sometimes they're harmful. And I'm speaking specifically with prescription drugs, in that sometimes we're sharing our prescriptions, sometimes where some people are maybe taking our prescriptions, those kinds of things. So those will be talked about there, as well as the illicit drugs, and the RCMP will be speaking to those. So we're wanting to increase community awareness of self-management, individual responsibility for health. This is kind of like our education prevention aspect of health. And we believe that if we take a proactive approach to our health, we may not need the services or quite as many of the services in the near future. So to go along with this goal is developing individual, collective staff wellness plans and staff engagement plans. So if somebody's having difficulty, say, in the area of chronic pain, we have staff that can help you, and we actually have community members that have been trained in this, and we're offering a series of afternoons. I'm not sure if very many people have seen this, but they've had 6 Monday afternoons where they would share the knowledge of alternatives to prescription drugs, say, maybe it's exercise or maybe massage therapy, those kinds of things. So our fourth goal is improve access to affordable, healthy food. So we were talking about food security, and that food security is more than maybe growing your potatoes or getting your fish. It's also knowing how to process them. So we're having different activities such as jam making. We've had in the past, when we've gotten a donation of smoked fish, we've provided time and people to help process those foods. Our fifth one is to educate community about healthy eating. That again goes hand in hand with food security. Promoting volunteerism and community sharing. So this came about with the fact that a lot of mental health issues or issues of feeling lonely or not knowing where you could go for company, and this is one reason why we have the volunteerism, is to share the knowledge. So it's the transfer of knowledge, but also to bring people out of isolation. That was another identified concern. So we do have 6 programs in the health center. We have the physicians program, we have a dental program, we have mental health, we have home and community care, we have community health, and then we have the treatment center. So the physicians program is to administrate physician services enhancing the health and well-being of members of the community and surrounding communities. So right now we have 2 physicians, and they're on a 3-year contract, and one is Métis and one is First Nations. I think we're very fortunate to have these physicians, and physicians that are sensitive to maybe the cultural aspect that is here. So the one thing I did want to highlight here is the amount of no-show appointments is still high at 385. And this is an area where both the physicians clinic and the dental clinic have had difficulty with, is that when we're having these no-shows, we're still having to pay our professionals and support staff. So that's something we definitely have to look at in the future. So we are a teaching facility, and we accept residents from UVic and UBC. So the one thing the physicians program does strive to have is visiting specialists. And this kind of is really important because sometimes when you're not feeling well, you're not wanting to travel. So we're trying to get as many specialists here as possible. And I think that's a really important note, as well as the fact that our 2 physicians contribute to keeping Cormorant Island facility open, and that's the emergency part. So that they're on a rotation basis to attend to the emergency. I'm just trying to speed up a little bit to get my, not 10 minutes, but 5 minutes, I hope. Okay, so our dental program, this was identified as our biggest deficit. And I think it's important to note why that might be. And one of the main reasons is that our patient base, 50%, use First Canadian Health Insurance. First Canadian Health Insurance only pays 60% of the recommended fees that are in the dental. There's a book that comes out and the fees are in there, and they only pay 60% of that. So right then and there, we're losing 40% of what we would normally charge. And why we don't charge that 40% is a lot of people wouldn't even come to the dentist if there was a fee associated with it. So we're the only dental center or clinic that doesn't have the fees up front. A lot of dentists now, they charge you what the fee will be, and you are the one to be reimbursed. As it is now, we will see you, and we will be the one reimbursed. So we're saving a lot of hardship for other people when we're doing that. So again here, I would like to highlight the fact that we have a 30% no-show, and that is huge. Again, we're looking at having our professional staff be there, ready to do the appointment, and we have a no-show. We've been pretty lucky with having a list of people that are able to come and fill in, but that's not always possible either. So one of the things we're doing is, again, being proactive, and we're utilizing our staff to work with the parents and the young children so that if we take care of our teeth, there's likely, and it's really important to note that our teeth are so important, and that a lot of the diseases we have will be because we didn't take care of our teeth. So we're starting at an earlier age and continuing with that. So presently we have 3 rotating dentists, 2 CDAs, 1 hygienist, 1 manager, and 2 receptionists. So I see we must be getting close. So I'll quickly run through community health. So community health, we have several different things. In community health, I'd like to highlight the fact that we encourage our staff to participate in all events. And this is a picture of the annual campout. And I think that's really important that we're focusing again on community events and being there for health and safety. All of our staff are trained in first aid, so they go to a lot of events and be that contact person. So the other part of community health is patient travel. And I'd like everyone to note that beside the handout was a book. It's non-insured health benefits, or health benefits from First Nations Health Authority. In here is a lot of information. Where I'd like to remind everyone is that we do require 5 business days notice for your travel. The other is that should you not be on Cormorant Island, but you have relatives that are on Vancouver Island, they can access health benefits through ITHA. And then if they're not on the island, but in British Columbia, they could get them directly through First Nations Health Authority. Then if you have relatives elsewhere in Canada, they would access their health benefits through Health Canada. So mental health, again, we're focusing on youth, and I'll just go to the next slide. But the big part of mental health is looking at a safe place for staff and community members to come and share their whatever difficulties they might be in. The other priority we have this year is to establish a critical response team, and those would be like attending when somebody has a crisis or there is a family crisis. One example would be the tragic death that happened recently, in that we had a team attend to the family and look at any kind of needs. So sudden death is also another place. So our home and community care. So a lot of people know some of the things we do here. I think the important part of home and community care is that we have a contract with Island Health to have an Aboriginal liaison nurse, and she has been very helpful with families navigating the health system, especially in the Island Health, and also looking at discharge planning and making sure that we have the services available for the people that come out of the hospitals or need any clarification about what the specialist had said. So I'm going to jump right into the last one, is the Namgis Treatment Center. So Pat was going to be here today, and he sends his regrets. He's not feeling well and hasn't been. He must have the flu that's going around. So the Namgis Treatment Center is a 6-week program, and they also provide community outreach, such as counseling for A&D or substance abuse counseling. So this year they have had 2 co-ed sessions, 3 female and then 2 male. The next session is a co-ed one. So they do have a multi-year agreement with First Nations Health Authority, just like the health center does. Theirs is 5 years, and ours, we're in the 5th year of a 10-year agreement. So I'm going to hand it over to Shannon, who I'm sure must have a few minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Georgia. Gaelic Asla, Nuguam Notnam Pinkila Ugwa. I work at the health center. My title is Health and Safety Manager. I was promoted in December of last year, and that was on the completion of my health and safety program that I did with BCIT. I am now a certified safety practitioner. And what does that mean? Health and safety is about workers in the workplace, and it's about ensuring their safety while they're there. Every worker has a responsibility to ensure the health and safety of their co-workers, and up the line it goes. Just talk about the opportunities when you're working as a band employee. For me, I was given the opportunity to do my training while I was on the job, and it came in very handy because it definitely raised the awareness of identifying hazards in our workplace, our environment, even within the buildings itself, and what we can do to prevent, mitigate, or just completely eliminate the hazard itself. Currently, the Namgis First Nations is running at an informal level of health and safety, which means that every building has to be designated with a first aid and eye wash station, have first aid forms available, have accident incident forms for reporting, have a joint health and safety committee, and have access to WorkSafe BC. My goal was, when I've completed training, was to look for the funding to implement and propose a formal health and safety program, which I think would greatly benefit our organization. The only one to First Nations community to have a formal health and safety program is Cowichan. My other role is Emergency Program Coordinator. Recently, we applied for the funding to update our community plan, which we were granted $14,000. It came in 2 streams. One is to update our community plan, as well as to identify any training that needed to be in place. The second stream was tsunami warning system, to which Cormorant Island does not qualify for siren because we're in a low risk zone. So the funding that came from that was to go towards tsunami signs that let you know just to go uphill to where the emergency reception center would be. The goal for emergency preparedness for this year with the funding is to have staff trained in the Emergency Operations Center. This is important, as when we respond to emergencies, it is the Emergency Operations Center is the connection to the EMBC, which is the Emergency Management of British Columbia. Just a brief history, where reserves are on federal land. However, the federal government and the provincial government have an agreement in place where the province will respond to all emergencies in British Columbia, which includes First Nations reserves. With that comes a ESS, which is the Emergency Social Services, but EMBC is looking at changing it to support services because people have the notion that it means Ministry of Social Services. So we call it Emergency Support Services, and it's a provincial-based volunteer program. However, it's very beneficial because it gives our community a place to activate the emergency reception center, have ESS people trained and to run and manage that. And we have a small ESS team for that response for any community members that may need to evacuate their home or because of large disasters may need to evacuate to the reception center. And right now we have a Renata Steffen, who is our ESSD, Donna Hunt, Jamie Hunt, and Mary and Stevie are as our volunteer ESS members. With the emergency program, we're going to have 4 community forums that is going to explain more to what that means for our community in updating our plan and what you need to know as community members. So I really encourage, when you see the signs of when these community forums are going to be, that everyone attend, because in the emergency preparedness program, it is your responsibility as community members to be prepared in your home as much as you can. If you have to evacuate, then the local authority steps in, and that's a joint agreement with our chief and council in Village of Alert Bay. And then when it's beyond our capacity as a community, then it becomes EMBC, the province steps in to help and support. And last, I also work with the health center as the accreditation coordinator. And what we've been working on for the past 3 years to become accredited with Accreditation Canada, the staff has been working hard to make changes to provide better quality improvement of services. It's a slow process, and I can tell you in the 3 years that I have been doing this, we have made positive changes. It may not seem like it, but I can tell you from experience, we're doing the best that we can with what we have, and we continue to work towards that to provide better services for community members. Sometimes we come to a roadblock and we have to come together to think of how we can better manage things and how we can better improve things. And it's difficult sometimes with the limited funding of the things that we can do, but we are working hard to make those improvements. So I'll finish off with this little bit of note. It says the health center is committed to providing a high quality of service to everyone we serve. In order to do this, we need you to give us any comment about our services and tell us when we get things wrong. We want to help you resolve your concerns as quickly as possible. I know there's a lot of complaints, sometimes because of things that come up and you're frustrated, but if you take a moment and write it down for us and share that with us, we can work towards it. We can come up with whatever we need to do to make things better. But we can't do that if we don't have anything in front of us that shows us what your concerns are. We treat as concerns any expression or dissatisfaction with our service which calls for a response. We listen to your concerns, treat them seriously, and learn from them so that we can continuously improve our service. We can share a concern in a number of ways, or you can share your concern in a number of ways by speaking to the program manager, speak to the health administrator, and we do have a suggestion box at the health center, which we'll make more visible so that we can, so everyone can see that. I also last comment is that we were very fortunate to have Gabrielle Emery come and be a part of the health center team. She's a master's student in leadership and health and conducted the customer survey, satisfaction survey back in April, May, and completed her report in June. The information gathered is a work in progress as we'll be looking at her report and identifying the priorities that you shared with us and working towards that. So, Gaila Kassa, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's all important information. So that presentation did go double over. We've spoken to the next presenters who have revamped some of their portfolio. Oh, please come up. Yeah. Sorry.
Wendy White. I'm with Quaquala.
Okay, so Wendy White will give her presentation. She has revamped it. Yes? I agree. It is good information. And, it's perhaps you put it out, we have breakout roundtables this afternoon as well. So perhaps we could. Is there any other comments or questions from the floors regarding the length of presentations? I can clearly see that this is good information coming to you and important. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
I think to give appropriate time for each of the different departments, because I after Wendy, it's the education, and there's 3 reps from different fields of thought. So I'm just really, I'm feeling rushed right now, and I'm not okay with that. So I think we need to pay respect to all presentations.
Okay, I agree. So would you like your whole presentation up then? No? Okay. Okay, well, Kathy's going to give her presentation, and thank you. Sorry. Wendy's going to give her presentation, and we'll give appropriate time. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments that people are saying about the time allotment. We'd be here for 3 days, and I do honor everybody that has time to come up here. So I am actually not going to do my PowerPoint. It's available on the table, and it will be put on the website. One of the things that I wanted to bring forth with Namgis Community Services is I want to thank the entire staff that we have with Namgis Community Services. They work very hard for this community and very tirelessly and give. I also want to acknowledge Dixon. Thank you so much for providing the guidance for us during this time. And Verna, nobody works as hard as you, so we really appreciate your dedication to the agency and to the nation. The Namgis Community Services is basically divided into 4 pillars, I'll say, and one is Kwakwala'tsi Child and Family Services. And under that, we have all of the delegated child welfare, the family support, the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, youth justice, community justice, family wellness. We also have social assistance, which has the income assistance program, National Child Benefit, Special Needs, Assisted Living, and we have Early Childhood Development, which has ONILIS, North Island Aboriginal Development, the Pediatric Occupational Therapy and Physical Therapy and Speech and Language, Supported Child, and then we have Lawrence Amber's Recreation Center, which has the after-school program, youth and adult sports, family programs, tournaments, many events such as this. Our common goal has always been for providing best services to the community and providing supports as best we can as well. And we look towards family wellness in every capacity. When I listen to all these presentations, one of the things that I see as a common goal that we are going to be looking at is how to bolster the youth and to really bring in the education, the family wellness, the hope and the vision to inspire the youth to become more and more involved within the community. I was hoping that more parents would be here. There's a lot of elders here, and I want the younger guys out and be involved with their community as well. I'm going to stop there. If anybody has any questions afterwards, please, we're very much available at any time for people to come and see us and bring forth any program ideas. But again, I raise my hands to the staff. Thank you very much. It's been a really good year. Cheers.
Geez, thank you, Wendy. That was lovely and short and informative. Thank you. Next up, we've got natural resources, which is a longer presentation. So we've got Rachel and Nick coming up to give this presentation, and we have allotted extra time for this. Thank you. I wish I knew.
So hello everyone. My name is Rachel Dalton. I think most of you know me, but if anyone who doesn't, I moved to Alert Bay with my family about 33 years ago. And then in 2002, I moved away for 10 years to study forestry. And I came back to work for the Namgis Natural Resource Department in 2012. And in April of this year, I assumed the role of the department's director. So I know that it's an honor and a privilege to lead the Natural Resource Department now, and I'd like to acknowledge the natural resource staff that are in the room right now. So you guys, you didn't get off so easy. It's Harry and Brian and Honey, and then I've got Nick who will be presenting with me, and then there's staff that works through Nick. I'll let Nick talk about those in a minute. So at last year's AGM, we were the Treaty and Natural Resource Department. But after the AIP rejection and the Chilcotin bomb that Deb described, we quietly dropped the name Treaty from our title. But the history of the department, I looked at some old presentations to see how it was identified before, and I just want to share that with you. So the department was established in the early 2000s to provide technical support to Namgis treaty negotiators working through the BC Treaty Commission process, and in response to a growing need for consultation management, land management, cultural research, economic development support, and the stewardship of terrestrial, marine, and aquatic resources. So the Natural Resource Department continues to fulfill much of these same functions, except now we refer to this work as the rights and title strategy. And so we are the Namgis employees who are working on the strategies that Deb described in her presentation yesterday when she gave an update to the rights and title strategy. What is different today is that we no longer have treaty funding to fund the work the department does, and this is the biggest challenge our department faces. So the contribution funding that came through the treaty process, a lot of that is going to support the work that Nicole does, and we're scrambling to find resources to continue the other aspects of the work that we do. So here's our presentation today. First, I'll talk for a couple minutes more about the goals and objectives. Then Nick will talk about the fisheries program. And then I'll talk about some of our other programs, projects, and the issues we're working with. So we want to continue to participate in the stewardship of the resources. We want to continue to work towards increasing the nation's jurisdiction over the territory. And we continue to gather cultural research to support the nation's desire and responsibility to gain ownership of the territory. So we know it's the Namgis Valley and the Namgis River and the Namgis Lake. So we gained a lot of capacity working through the BC Treaty process, and we continue to do that same work. So here I'll let Lick have her turn.
Hi. Oh, you guys can all hear me? Okay. So I'm Nick Dedaluk, and I work with the fisheries team of the Natural Resources Department. I'm going to just give you a really brief overview of some of the activities that we're doing. We've got lots going on, so I'm going to try and go through it quickly. One of the challenges that we face is the funding for our programs, and we rely heavily on outside grants. So you see at the bottom of each slide where that funding source comes. If only Namgis is listed on the slide, that indicates the activity is solely funded by the nation. So the Marine OR. So this activity used to focus solely on the sport fishing activities in the marine portion of the territory. Our crew would go out once a week in the vessel and document what they saw. I felt that we should be looking more at all of the activities of the nation. So in 2014, we've increased the information collected to capture everything that's being observed on the water. And it's used to create a map like this, showing us areas of high activity. The red line doesn't show too well here. That's the boundary line for the nation. And you can see a lot of our time was spent outside of the territory. So for 2015, we've adjusted our patrol route to do zigzag line transects, focusing more time on our marine portion. Another one of our patrols is going up through the valley. We do this also weekly. We change the time of the day and the day of the week, trying to create a presence that Namgis are always in the territory and can be expected upon any time. Throughout the valley patrols, we do 13 stream inspections, looking for the presence of fish, if there's site degradation happening or signs of poaching. One of the new activities that we had this spring break that I was really excited about is we were able to do a youth fisheries training. And this is where we had 4 local youth come and interact with an advisory team of local fishers. We were up at the Learning Center for 3 days of classroom sessions where we had presentations, discussions, and mock scenarios. In addition, we combined those with 2 days in the field. 3 of those 4 students were able to join us when school ended in June for an additional 3 days of focusing on the activities that our team does. And we're really trying to encourage youth to get involved in our fisheries team, do some mentoring so that we can bring them up into the programs. I thought this was a great photo. A small activity that we do is the charter patrol that happens during the commercial happenings. Last year, our team was on the water 18 days in August, monitoring the commercial sockeye gillnet opening. This year, without any sockeye openings, they've been focusing on the chum, and they'll be out on the water again tomorrow. So the Namgis River Fishery is also one of the programs that we do, and it encourages community members to come over to the river with Namgis staff to participate in traditional fishing techniques, cultural knowledge exchange, stock assessment, and food gathering. In 2014, this fishery was predominantly catch and release with a harvest goal of 10% of the fish caught. This harvest was delayed until we were able to bring back enough fish to distribute to the elders within the community. In 2014, we went to the river 10 times in June and July. Around 50 people participated in the program, and almost 1,500 fish were caught, with just over 500 Namgis River sockeye being brought to the community. One of the cool things about this program is trying to get all the community members involved, and we had some youth participate. Kiana Hunt came over almost each day she came over in 2014. She helped us with the biosampling of the salmon, and here you can see in 2015 she's leading the other youth on how to do the sampling on the salmon, which is an awesome progression of the activity. Another youth, Noah Stoffer, in 2014 was over participating, and in 2015 he was actually skippering the vessels back and forth. So again, another activity where we're really trying to get the community involved. For 2015, we were a bit concerned if this activity would happen due to low water levels and high water temperatures. The council did approve 2 days of fishing at the river. This year, because of those stresses, we did a harvest-only fishery, and about 500 sockeye were brought to the community. Looking at our resources and trying to analyze the number of fish returning, since 1992, the hatchery crew has been counting the sockeye returning to the Namgis River via our hatchery program, and this still continues today. In 2014, the sockeye escapement estimate was 112,000 sockeye to the river. This year, as a pilot project, we put in a fish fence and a ditz encounter. One of the goals of this program was if this data was analyzed, we would have a real-time sockeye escapement estimate, which would be a huge asset to the nation. We are running the Ditson and the snorkel this year to try and complement the two to get an accurate count. So far, 63,000 sockeye were counted going past the Ditson counter to July 24th, although the peak of the run did coincide with high tides and potentially a number of fish were missed being counted when they breached the fence. The other way we do the stock assessment is through the salmon biosampling. I mentioned a bit of that with Kiana during the Namgis River fishery and also with our broodstock collection. We take samples on the fish to learn about the age and the stock run that they return to. So salmon enhancement is a really important activity for our team. We focus on 3 species for salmon enhancement: sockeye, chinook, and chum. In 2011, due to a lack of evidence at the time of hatchery survival and concern over the IHN virus, sockeye enhancement was moved out of the hatchery. Now our efforts focus primarily on the liquid fertilizer which is sprinkled on Wass Lake to boost the nutrient levels within the lake. These nutrients and the sunshine promote the growth of plankton, which in turn provides foods for the sockeye smolts. And studies have found that the larger the smolts have a greater chance of marine survival, which in turn increases their chance of returning to the river to spawn. Chinook we enhance in the hatchery. Our annual goal is to get 250,000 eggs. In 2014, the crew was able to get more than 318,000 eggs. So we exceeded our annual goal, and in which case we were also able to share some of those eggs with the Wass hatchery. From these eggs, 254 smolts were able to be released. Just over half of the smolts were released in Wass Lake, and the remainder into the lower Namgis River. The crew is now preparing for broodstock collection, which is going to begin shortly. The annual goal for chum is to get 2 million eggs. However, the Namgis River chum has suffered huge losses due to basic collapses of the runs in 1996 and 1999. In 2014, which would be one of the better run years, almost 516,000 eggs were collected. So that's a quarter of the goal. From these, though, we had almost 474 chum smolts reared at the hatchery, and they were able to release back into the river. This year, 2015, is one of the cycles of the 1999 crash. To say how difficult or how big this crash was, in 2011, which is the broodstock year for this, only 11 females were caught to create eggs for this run. Another goal for the hatchery, as you saw yesterday, the hatchery has accumulated a deficit due to underfunding for the programs. So a priority for us has been look for additional funding sources. In the last year or so, we've been very fortunate to receive some grants to help purchase new equipment for the hatchery. The equipment helps the crew perform their tasks more safely, more efficiently, or improves the health of the fish. The jet boat wasn't purchased until after the broodstock collection last year, and I know the crew looks forward to this addition for this year's broodstock work. We were able to get more equipment than was shown on these slides. Some more pumps and pressure washer was also acquired. We also had some hatchery upgrades that did. In 2014, 2 well pumps were replaced, And these changes allowed the hatchery to operate the pumps at lower flow volumes, therefore being more efficient with their water use. And this year, the steel beams providing support and structure to the aeration tower were replaced. Both these upgrades were a huge improvement to the hatchery facility. And the last activity that we do, our team, is food fish. So 2014 was an amazing year for my first time being involved in food fish distribution. In April, a hunt was delivered to elders' households and available for all community members to pick up. In June and July, as mentioned, Namgis River sockeye was distributed to households, 2 per elder and 1 to each non-elder household. In August, we delivered approximately 20,000 sockeye to households in Alert Bay. Members were able to request the quantity of fish they needed to meet the needs of their family, with the hopes that people will get enough for that year and future years, as 2015 was predicted to be a year of low abundance. In 2015, in April, I was going to try the Kwakwa word for ooligan, but ooligan was available for pickup at the dock to all community members. And in July, Namgis River sockeye was distributed to households in Alert Bay. This year, predicting low quantities of fish being available, a priority list for distribution was established by Council. Predictions came true, and the Fraser River sockeye fishery was suddenly closed when less than 36 hours' notice. Despite this challenge, almost 1,000 sockeye were brought into the community and were delivered to elder households, 10 per household. 250 chum have also been brought into the community and distributed to both schools, community programs, and individuals that requested it. An important change to the food fish permit system has been reinstated, and in attempts to have a better understanding of how the marine resources are being used, effective immediately, catch reporting is now mandatory on all FSC permits issued. So that's a big change for us in recent. And I just wanted to close by saying thank you to all of the fisheries team, the Natural Resources Department, and Randy Bell for helping to make these activities, and to all the community members for their participation in and support of our programs.
Okay, thanks, Nick. So the other work that the Natural Resource Department does, we can divide it into programs, projects, and issues. So some of our programs, so the Natural Resource Department is the point of contact for all government-to-government discussions about any natural resource within the territory. When the outside government wants to make a decision that affects Namgis interests, they contact the Natural Resource Department. We receive about 100 formal consultation requests a year, and for all these, we research the potential impacts to Namgis interests. We document this research for future reference, and we provide a timely response to outside parties that always makes the clear statements of Namgis' strength and the Aboriginal title and rights. So we know that this work is setting the foundation for all future land settlements. And it's through this process that Namgis positioned itself to partner in multi-million-dollar national resource developments like Quaggies Power and Orca Sand and Gravel. So these are some of the ministries and the other jurisdictions that we routinely communicate with. The Ministry of Forests, the Ministry of Aboriginal, I always get their name right, it's, what is it, Deb? No, the MAR one is Relations and Reconciliation. Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Transportation, Environment Canada, ANTSI, Natural Resources Canada, DFO, Town of Port McNeill, the Community of Was, and the Regional District of Mount Washington. Oh, Mount Waddington. I'm trying not to read. So So we managed collaborative structured relationships with all the major forestry interests in the territory. It's Western Forest Products, Timber West, and BC Timber Sales. We have a collaborative management agreement with BC Parks, and we have formal relationships with BC Parks, and we're working to investigate how this relationship can better benefit Namgis' interests, whether it's through increased economic opportunities through the park or increased use of the parks for Namgis members. We have recreation sites we manage. This is a form of jurisdiction. For several years, Namgis has managed the Kaikash Blinkhorn Forest Rec sites on Johnson Straits. Namgis has a map reserve on Johnson Straits, and we lease 4 beaches to commercial kayak operators as base camps. We have a management contract for the Shone Lake Campground with BC Parks. We work with the Yucasam Heritage Society to manage Hansen Island, and this year we're leasing 6 beaches on Hansen Island to commercial kayak operators. And just new this year, we have authority to manage the Ida Lake and Bonanza Lake rec sites. We manage other types of land. We have private land, District Lock 6 near Hyde Creek, that Namgis purchased that land a few years ago. We have provincial forest tenure that's held by Otley Resources on Malcolm Island, and we manage that. We're working on engineering our first harvest opportunity. Namgis has a 10-hectare lease across the river from WAS, across from Western Forest Products offices. So there's lots of potential with that land. And we have a 1.8-hectare tenure across from the gas station at WAS. So yesterday, Deb mentioned the sovereignty cabins that Namgis has constructed. So we have one at Coolidas on Plumper Island. We've given them the Kwakwala place names. Brian's laughing at me. He makes me say them. I don't feel confident to say them right now, but I know what they mean. So Bonanza Lake is Place of Elk. And the Was, that's an easy one. And Mount Cain, the name that was given to that cabin is after a village site that was on the Davie River. It means place having marmot. We think that's what it means. And Vernon Lake, the name describes the rocks on the beach there. The beach is red. The rocks have a reddish color. So this is a form of jurisdiction. The department does cultural outreach. This is the work that Honey does. Social outreach to the school, internet research, answering members' requests, cataloging the data sources, territory boundary research, family history research. Members can come in and ask questions about their family, and Honey will share the information she has. And we want people to come in and talk to us. And Honey's been working with the legal researcher that Deb mentioned, and they're going through the information we have available and seeing where our strengths are and where the gaps are as we prepare for the next opportunity. We participate in wildlife management, so we're working on increasing our participation in that. We have discussions with BC. We want to become more involved with wildlife inventory. We're investigating further details about the economies related to wildlife. We want to know how much revenue BC is collecting through the Wildlife Act in our territory. Also want to mention that we're very concerned about the deer populations. The Ministry of Environment is reporting an 80% decline in deer populations since 2011, so we need more information about that to understand what's going on. And we also manage a limited entry elk harvest. So this year we negotiated the harvest of one more bull elk from the Upper Nimkish. The province allows for 23 elk to be harvested from Namgis territory, and 12 of these go to Namgis members in the community. The Natural Resource Department supports the Lakwagila gathering, so I want to encourage everyone to come out next year. I take my vacation so I can go. It's a great opportunity to learn about the territory. It's lots of fun. Another big part of what we do, you guys, this is one function that most people know about. We manage the CMT crew. Dawn acts as the crew leader, Harry. And these are the names of the cut blocks that the crew has surveyed this year since January 2015. We estimate it's about 900 hectares, so that's roughly the size of 900 soccer fields of where the CMT crew has walked to look for evidence of cultural features. So we look everywhere for features. A lot of the harvesting they're doing today is in the low elevation second growth or in high elevation old growth. So we're not finding a lot of new features. We know that Namgis people use the whole territory, but tools made of bone and wood deteriorate, so they're not waiting for us to find them. But when the CMT crew does find evidence of high archaeological potential, we call in an archaeologist to work with us, and we bill the forest companies for these efforts. So in this summer, the crew worked with an archaeologist in 3 blocks, one near the Davy River, near where the turnoff to Mount Cain is, one just south of Annetts Lake, and one at the junction of the Nimkish River and Wood Angle Creek. So we don't have the final reports for those, but it's pretty exciting, the evidence the archaeologist finds, including we found a living CMT with evidence that the bark was harvested using stone tools. So those are our programs. We also have some projects we're working on this year. So we have a contribution funding from Parks Canada to do an assessment of the goshawk recovery strategy that is produced through the Species at Risk Act. We have a treated related measure to do a fisheries project where we're looking at evaluating our stewardship activities and improving them and compiling our research of past projects. We're also, with funding through the BC Capacity Initiative, we're developing a territorial land use plan. This is the work that Deb mentioned yesterday. Community engagement is a big part of the process, so we're a little bit delayed in ramping that up, but we've got big plans to try and engage with the community more. This is also what Nicole spoke about. We've got some audience response devices, some clickers where people can answer questions in a meeting like this and be anonymous and have the results display instantly on the screen, so we're looking forward to using those. So we want to help the members learn more about their territory and the research we've collected so far, and we invite people to come in and talk to us. This year we're producing a map poster. Brian's been working hard on this. There's a couple of versions posted up around the wall. We haven't quite got it perfected, but we want to make this poster available to all the Namgis members, so you have a copy to take home and hang up in your home. So if you'd like to have a copy, if you want to be first to get one, you can give your name to me and I'll make sure you get one. We don't have a budget to mail them to people, but we can put them aside for you to pick up in Alert Bay. There's also ongoing issues that the Natural Resource Department continues to communicate with outside interests about. So some of these are the same things that Deb showed on her slide. I kind of smiled because we didn't collaborate on the list, and those are the issues. So ongoing opposition to open net fish farms, the uncut volume. It's got lots of technical talk, but basically BC has acknowledged that they owe us some more forestry opportunity. We're not happy with the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan and the goals that it sets on Namgis territory. Marine planning is an issue. There's other incentives going on that we don't agree with. Iron Crown Mine, that's Mine Lake. That's the site is biologically sterile. It needs to be capped. BC has said they're going to do this. They don't have money. Long-term cedar supply is an issue for all coastal nations. The Great Bear Order that goes with the Vancouver Island Land Use Plan, it's higher level planning that affects more Hanson Island and the island portions of the territory. We're working to develop policies. That's lacking capacity to do all the things that we need to do in a timely way. So moving into the future, the Natural Resource Department will continue to offer the established programs. We'll continue to support the rights and title strategy. A bit of news I have to share. So 2 weeks ago, Council expressed interest to enter the First Nations land management regime. And this is a project that it's an agreement with Canada that other nations have signed on to. And it removes the jurisdiction of 34 sections of the Indian Act from Namgis reserve lands. A large part of the process is community engagement. So we're just at the beginning of learning about that program. And we'll be coming to the community, and there'll be a lot of meetings and such you can expect. It's about a 2-year process for that to become concluded. We want to look at improved efficiencies of integrating the department resources. Nick and I can see we're doing a lot of things in parallel. We think we can combine them more and do it at a lower cost. Yep, so we're just scanning if I caught it all. So we're working towards achieving these goals, and we're adapting to change. It was a big year of change for us, and we're looking forward to finding our new place and how we're going to move into the future smoothly. So thank you all. I'll just share this photo was taken at Utsola's. We went there last winter. It was a big adventure.
Thank you, Rachel and Nick, for your presentation. All important information, of course. We're going to take one more presentation before lunch, and it's going to be on education. So it will be Natalie Nelson, Donna Hunt, and Randy Bell. And right after that, we'll break for lunch. After lunch, we will hear from housing, and we will hear information technology. And then we will have our breakout sessions, facilitated breakout sessions. Thank you.
Yo, good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie Nelson, and I'm the principal it's my privilege to be the principal at Glacé-Lagala School. I want to talk to you a little bit today about where we're going with education at the school and some of the changes that are coming down the pike. So, Schlechte tells us that learning is all about purposeful engagement, and almost 50 years after the nation sent the red paper to Ottawa, it's starting to come back. So the Ministry of Education has come out with new curriculum that is skills-based. So rather than being content-based curriculum being directed by the ministry, it is skills-based, which means we can make the content and the context of learning for our Glacé-Lagala students more relevant because it can be done with Namgis content and in our context. Alana tells me I can do this year. I really want to thank our Board of Education, in particular Jamie Hill, for leading us through a strategic planning session in May. The board did a World Cafe over several days and consultation with the staff, and came up with a 5-year strategic plan, which helped set the directions for the school. And we're really kind of excited about some of these directions. So one of the new directions is, in addition to the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, our core curriculum at Glacé-Lagala also includes Kwakala language. So every student in our school receives a half an hour Kwakala language every day, every morning. Well, except maybe the kindies, there's a little short based on their attention span. The other exciting thing is now, every afternoon, every student in our school also receives local content on our culture. So when we look at the traditional fine arts program of music, dance, and art, those are now being taught by Pee-wee within Namgis culture. So that's pretty cool, and we're pretty proud of that. So one of the other big changes that came out of our strategic plan is we repurposed the nursery program into a junior kindergarten program for our 4-year-olds. So we always had the 4-year-olds in the school in the morning for 90 minutes. Now they're with us for most of the morning in a kindergarten format. So this helps us get the students kindergarten ready, like our nursery program did, but it also opens up some funding opportunities because now our junior kindergarten students receive 0.5 funding, which means we receive funding from the ministry as half a student, which is new to us. So I want to introduce our classes. So we talked about it last year when I made my presentation that from kindergarten to grade 3, we learn how to read, and then from grade 4 up, we read to learn. as part of our strategies. So one of our big goals is to make sure all our students are able to read by the end of grade 3. And one of the ways we do this is to keep our class sizes small so we can focus on individualized learning for students in our classes. So Ms. Davies, our new grade 1-2 teacher. Mr. Balatukin is our grade 2-3 teacher. And in our intermediate program, we have Ms. Isaac in our grade 4-5 class. And I just want to share a story about Ms. Isaac because she's here. And I can. So Ms. Isaac came to me last year and said, she took over the grade 4-5 class, and she said, we had a grade 4-5 teacher in there for a couple of years, and some of the materials have gone missing. They've been put away somewhere, and I can't find them, so I can't find this math program that I love to use, and I really want to use it. Needless to say, we never found it. But during that year, and we really didn't have the money to replace it, and we have lots of math resources in the school. So Ms. Isaac pulled math resources from different areas to build the grade 4 or 5 math program. And this year we had a look at the beginning of every year we do our assessment data, so we know where the students are at, so we know where we need to begin our instructional programs. So we had a look at the data in September, which showed the growth of those students over September 24 to September 25. So 2015, sorry, I'm in the wrong decade as usual. And those students with this math program made more than 2 years worth of learning gains. This is really exciting. This is the kind of thing that gets educators all excited because an average teacher moves student learning forward 1 year. Right? So if they're working at grade 4 math at the end of the year, they'll be ready for grade 5 math. Great teachers, those teachers that are above average, can move student learning forward 2 years. So to Ms. Isaac, she's one of those teachers and got more than 2 years learning for our students in math, and that's pretty exciting. Which will prepare her presentation on good teachers are worth their weight in gold. So we have welcome Ms. Carter to our school, who's working with our grade 6-7 class this year and focusing on getting our students ready for their high school program at NIS. Another really exciting thing that's happening at the school is Mrs. Cole's working with us on our reading program. As we all know, reading is really important. So one exciting thing that's happening in our school that we're seeing when we look at our assessment data is our students have reading fluency above the Canadian national average. So if a Canadian classroom's reading fluency is here, at least a lot of the students are coming up here, which is really exciting. The piece that needs to go with it now is that the comprehension's coming up to those levels as well, so that we have our fluency, but also the kids have that depth and breadth of understanding about what they're reading. So Ms. Cole's coming in, she's doing some small group instruction with us because our assessment shows that's an area of growth for our school. Under the new TIFA agreement, everyone's talking about, we get funded the same as our counterparts up the hill. One of the areas that we're looking at is expanding the services that we're able to offer our students. So that last year we did a pilot project to see if we could use online support services for speech and language and occupational therapy. It was very successful, so the board endorsed moving forward that we offer students who need speech and language and occupational therapy weekly program services. So that's new to our school. I want to thank everyone that comes out and supports our home, our read-in days, because reading's really important and we really stress that. So this past winter, we repurposed our libraries, so we kind of threw out the Dewey Decimal System and we put alphabetical stickers on every book based on the reading level of the book. So our students, if a student knows they're reading at a level F, can go into our library in the F section and pick books that they're able to read at their independent level. So we developed a home reading program. There's a picture of Mrs. Alfred up there with her book bag so that our kids are able to take books home every night and pick it out of the library and maintain the library system themselves because they're able to pull it off themselves without assistance in terms of the reading level and put it back on the shelves. So we've minimized the amount of staff to support that. I got to stop and breathe. And that's an exciting piece of work. So now as books come in our school, they're labeled and the students know where they're at with their reading. So part of the new initiative in terms of, and this is work that thankfully Dixon now has freed up some time to do with this, is we want to increase the, thanks. We want to increase the level of localized content into the school to make it relevant for the students. We have great things happening in some classes where teachers who have their master's degrees in traditional ecological knowledge are pulling on community resources and getting that content into their classrooms. We want to develop is that kind of information school-wide so that localized content is in all our classes and not just a few. So to this end, we have 2 teachers on staff who have masters in traditional ecological knowledge, 1 teacher on staff who's working on her PhD in First Nations pedagogies in terms of how to teach in traditional First Nations ways. And we also have Mr. Dixon Taylor, who has literally written a book on this subject, actually 3 books on this subject. So Dixon brings to our community and to our school the depth and breadth of knowledge in terms of how to develop the processes for doing this, for making sure that we have competencies in content of traditional ecological knowledge embedded throughout the school. So this is a piece of work, although I appreciate my colleagues being grateful to Dixon for his administration duties over the last little while. We're really excited now that he's going to be able to work with us in bringing more content into our curriculum on a daily basis. Yay. So as I said, the board was really productive in producing the 5-year strategic plan that we're going to use moving forward in terms of embedding and developing 21st century skills with our students. We're moving to a 1 device per student in terms of assisted technology in the classrooms. But I think one of the things that's significant is this June is the school's 20th anniversary in its present building. So we need to plan a party to celebrate our learning in this community. And thank you for your time. Gila Kessler.
Well, it's almost lunchtime, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm Donna Hunt. I'm the post-secondary education coordinator for the band. Welcome everybody here. Thank you for taking time to come out, and to the people who are watching on the internet, thank you very much. So right away, we'll get right into stats. Last year, we had stats for on and off reserve statistics. On reserve, there were 15 people who left here to go to school, and off reserve was 37. So this year, it's increased 1 student to 16, and off reserve is 40. Again, there were 56 sponsored students, and the female and male ratio was there were 39 female students and 17 male students. The area of study, there was nobody enrolled for a PhD. There were 8 people who were going for their masters, 34 for their Bachelor of Arts, 5 for diplomas, and 8 for certificates. and one for university college entrance program. I actually wanted to create a slide in that so that you could visually see what everybody's going for this year. This is a snapshot of everybody that's going to school right now. Next year, it'll probably be about the same graduates. There will probably be a few more than this year. But I would like to go through them. For your PhD, there's nobody at the present time. For your master's degree, there's an MA in business, business leadership, education, business, leadership in health, and occupational therapy. For your Bachelor of Arts, there are 34 sponsored students at the present time. And I'd like to go through the list. In engineering, social work, business, journalism, business, in international relations, sports management, education, First Nation studies, business and entrepreneur and leadership, midwifery, tourism, graphic design, law, education, Indigenous studies, criminology, sports management, business, communications, political science, graphic design, education, business and human resources, engineering, education, tourism, accounting, which is computerized accounting, social work, forestry, commerce, psychology. One BA sponsored student is waiting to continue their program, and 2 have left the program for personal reasons, but will reapply at a future date. To continue on with the diplomas, there's 5 sponsored students in computer design, dental hygiene, medical transcription, counseling, and a dental assistant. There are 8 certificates being pursued at this time for heavy-duty mechanics, healthcare assistant, body spa aesthetics, early childhood education, culinary arts, special education, healthcare assistants, computer graphics, and 1 student is in the university and college entrance program. So these are your graduates from the past 2 years. The reason why I included the year before is because I didn't get to present last year to tell you what was going on. So there's no doctorate degrees. There's 3 masters, 10 Bachelor of Arts, 5 diplomas, and 3 certificates. We receive approximately $30,000 per year for our program. And most of the budget is used by continuing students. We are able to fund a few students every year as seats become available from students who've graduated. The selection process for sponsorship, as directed by ANSI, is as follows. The first group that gets looked at is the grade 12 graduates. So if there's 10 grade 12 graduates and there's only 4 seats, we can't even look at the other people who have. That's just an example. The next group is membership who have never been sponsored before. And the group after that is everybody else. ANSI has provided a link to their national program guidelines for the 2015-16 post-secondary education guidelines. The link is there. Every year they change their guidelines. There's something in there that's changed. A good example is ANSI, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's the federal government, has discontinued funding the trades through post-secondary, with the exception of a trade program that is 8 months or longer. I had a conversation with ANSI about this, a lengthy one, regarding cutting the trades out. Because I told them that they had an opportunity to address the lack of people in trades. And if nothing is done, in 10 years, we'll revisit this conversation to them when people from other countries are imported and are taking up those trade jobs. So this is something that hit really dear to my heart. I know I got an email from somebody. He was very upset because we couldn't fund him anymore in the trades. He had to go look elsewhere, and he was really upset, and I really felt for him. My heart goes out to all of our people. If I had the money, I'd be funding everybody to go do whatever, that you've dreamed about for all of your lives. Unfortunately, my hands are tied. I don't have the authority to make any decisions in the department. I process information and I hand that on to the education committee. And they're pretty much, they have to adhere to ANSI's policies. Otherwise, we won't get the funding. So another thing I'd like to talk about is the applications. They must be completed. There are people who don't put down what the amounts are for tuition and books and supplies. We can't do our budget that way. I have to know exactly what you're taking the amounts and how long you're going to be going to school. As far as the communication goes, I humbly apologize to each and every one of you out there who tried to get a hold of our department. We've been having a little bit of difficulties with email and phones. I do have a new cell phone. The new number is in the newsletter, and thanks to the technical team for helping us iron all of those challenges. Job responsibilities for post-secondary. I track, I do reports, I'm an advocate for students, I do worry about payments, and I am a certified trauma counselor as well as an alcohol and drug counselor. So a lot of students will call in with a problem, and I really appreciate them that they have trust in me enough to talk about whatever they're going through. And a lot of them too, when I worked at North Island Secondary School, it's carried over, so I get to track. I call them my kids. So that's a really good feeling. I also have reception duties at the Learning Center, where anybody who walks in the door, I get up to greet and try and help them out with whatever their needs are. I also help with the preparation and services for the conference room. I am a volunteer. I'm the Deputy Emergency Social Services Director and the Emergency Social Services Reception Manager. And hopefully, we pray to God that we never have to use my services in that capacity. Outside of work, I spend approximately 10 hours a week on training and researching for the ESS team. And to my current sponsored students, please stay connected with your First Nations department. Each and every institution has a department, and they're there to help. I know a lot of them. I've networked a lot. I've gone to school with a lot of them. So they're really helpful, and they're willing to take that extra step to help you out too. post-secondary education also includes traditional education, which includes stuff like harvesting and hunting. I just wanted to end off with that's my contact information. That will be up on our website for the education page. And sending everybody love, light, laughter, and prayers. Thank you. God bless you all.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just make this short as I know the food's out there and that's pretty important. Just to give an introduction, my name is Randy Bell and I'm the Capacity Coordinator and Employment Training Officer for Namgis First Nation. Give you a little bit of introduction to the Cormorant Island Learning Center, which was opened in October of 2010. At the time, I was going through transition with a trailer and looking for a space, and I'd heard that the Learning Center was actually going to be taken down by School District 85. So I convinced our leadership at the time that having use of such a building would be a real benefit to offer ABE program, a computer program, and also have a place to facilitate training in our capacity needs going forward. So the Learning Center has been in operation. This will be the 5th year, and we've basically come into the end of the line where we need to have strategic planning on what the existence of that building is going forward. Looking around the room, we can all see that there's not too many people in this room under the age of 30, so we already know what our needs are. We need future people to fill a lot of the roles within our staff and all the other resource sectors which we are part of in businesses. We need future people. And to do that, we need to invest in a lot of the young people that are not here today. And we really need to advocate to have their voice heard in meetings like this. I take my hat off to Stephen Smith, who is here. He's one of the young leaders going forward, which we can build off, and he can also be the voice of the youth that we need to hear from. The other thing with the Learning Center, Donna Hunt is the post-secondary, and she is also the assistant in the building to myself. The other person who works in our building is Patricia Alford. She's the officer for projects for Niviats. So those are the three current staff that we have working in the building. In past years, we've also had some summer students helping with facilitating someone with the meetings, and this is kind of investment to the future because we are not all here forever. I would like to have someone that I could mentor because I'm not going to be doing employment here in future years myself. So having younger people into our programs and facilitating meetings is a really big learning curve and something that we need to do more of. So this past year, we had 192 walk-in clients, and they act services such as resume search, job prep, photocopying resumes, employment search, and training inquiries. The majority of these clients who come into the Learning Center are more seeking employment than seeking training. And one of the barriers to training is we are limited with funds, externally, internally, which all of our departments are facing that issue with finances. The employment applicants, if I can find it. So this past year we had 16 guys apply to Western with total of six employed. Orca Sand and Gravel, we had 14 applications and total employed 3. The Cocos Project, we had 6 applicants with a total of 4. Just to explain what the Cocos Project, it's actually Ecofish, which is a subcontractor for the Cocos, which provided those training opportunities.
The 4 opportunities were on the environmental assessment team, where they did stream walking and habitat around the river as to how that is going, and they've had to make more work for the initial contractors because they've had environmental issues. And that's a 5-year commitment from Ecofish for the Cocos project, so that's an ongoing one till 2020. The closed containment, we've had 3 applicants this year apply to the Kutera, and we've had 2 part-time jobs, and that currently exists right now. Adult basic education, we had 16 assessments last year, and we had 7 students that completed courses. I'm going to underline this a little bit because it's been kind of the mainstay of the Learning Center from day one. We had ABE in a program that was sponsored through the Ministry of Advanced Education, through NIVIETS. And one of the things that how that came to be is I sit on an Aboriginal Advisory Committee with North Island College, and there's 8 First Nation bands represented, and we all prioritize our needs. Because of our low numbers, the Ministry of Advanced Education would not look at another ABE program for Alert Bay this year. In saying that, the Learning Center can only exist if the training and the services that we can provide for our members is used, and it's a really huge part of the strategic plan that needs to be in place. Is we can provide training, but we really need to find out what that training is and what the employment is. One of the challenges that we all face is HRD has changed their funding application so that if you apply for funding, regardless of what it is, you have to have employment attached to it. If we apply for forestry training and we get 12 forestry trainees, we have to have 12 jobs. Fisheries, tourism, they're all the same. So the partnerships that other nations are we're discussing about is the only way that we can create valuable training with employment attached. The marine training, we've been fortunate that we received money through Mamamas, through PICFI, and we've been able to provide marine first aid with 12 participants, 12 all being certified last year. Small vessel operator, we had 8 participants, all 8 successfully passed. Stability course, we had 8 certified. Med-A 3, 7 participants, all certified. Mentoring at sea, we had 10 days out on seine boats with 21 participants. Gilnet, 10 days, we had 15 participants. We also hosted Don Swanvik doing 2 firearms courses at the Learning Center last year. The driving program, we had 14 participants obtained their N license and 6 participants obtained their full license. The driving program has been the most successful program we have hosted over the last 5 years. We have 56 new drivers, and in the survey that was taken 3 years ago, the number one thing that came up was driver's license program, and it still is today. The number one barrier for any employees of Namgis or Cormorant Island is not having their driver's license still now. The meeting room, the conference room at the Learning Center held 41 sessions. This included staff, treaty, forestry, and fisheries meetings. Just to give you the idea of the diversity, the other thing is the building is a partnership between the Village of Alert Bay and School District 85. So all other resource-based communities also have access to the Learning Center. Just the only thing I want to mention at the end is all sectors currently are working on employment strategies. Forestry, fishery, tourism, all of the meetings I've been in past years, they're all looking at the same issue of funding and employment because they go hand in hand. So the discussion is really easy. We need soldiers in all these different industries along with the staff. How are we going to do it? Partnerships, collaboration with other agencies, along with external and internal investments is a real key to having success for building future staff. So that's basically what I'd like to say in closing is the big barrier for employment right now is driver's license and first aid for all sectors across. You needed to at least have that to enter in any of those sectors. And that came, there was a meeting on Thursday in Port McNeill, and the first thing the guy set up for the forestry was don't apply unless you have a license. And he was getting the same message. The same message was at the tourism, and the same message at the BC Logging Association meeting in Nanaimo this past year. We can't take applicants unless they have their license. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. We have 2 presentations after lunch. We will have questions and comments, and then we will have our facilitated breakout sessions. Dixon, would you please bless the food before we eat? We'll take 30 minutes for lunch and be back. Thank you.
Father, we come to you once again, thanking you for being with us this morning. We thank you for the excellent presentations that we had. We just pray that we'll all be able to take these ideas and information home with us and be able to grow them, Lord. And thank you for the food we're about to have. Bless the hands that prepared it. This we pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is our 3-minute warning to take your seats so we can get started with the with the afternoon's agenda. Okay. Oh, you want me to get them? Sure. You want me to announce it? You want Hopeton, Vernon? Oh, we're looking for a photo op with Chief and Council, so if Hopeton and Vernon could come over, get your picture taken, photo op.
Where are we going to be?
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get started with the afternoon's program. I'll take a moment just to address that, I get a lot of different feedback, and some of it is, this is really important information. We need to hear this all. Please don't rush the speakers. Online community wants me to keep everything right on track and be shutting people down. So ongoing, and it will be ongoing, I think all we can do in our facilitation practices is follow the role of the leadership of chief and council in their will to improve things. And so it will be nice with the online community, if you do have suggestions for how to speed things up, or if there's information that can be presented to you that you see in a different format, or perhaps in a consistent format. Perhaps presentation templates or formats that look the same every time, so that membership understands how they'll be receiving information and how to get more information. And these are things that will just simply take time. This is definitely too much information for 2 days, but of course, Chief and Council is trying to respond to the lack of information, so it's like a pendulum swing. Now you're getting lots and lots of information, and all we can do is continue to hear your feedback and continue to respond to the feedback. Of course, the breakout sessions are from the general meeting, where membership requested to have more voice and have more say. So we're doing the best that we can, and we'll move this on to the next two presentations, and I'm sure our presenters will do their best to keep it as streamlined as possible. We'll have, after the two presentations, we will have an open forum. At that time, we'll leave as much time as necessary for membership, for the citizens here to ask questions for the past 7 presentations. They can also ask questions to Chief and Council. So we'll give a nice chunk of time for that members forum and questions for these presentations. Right after that, we will do the breakout sessions, and that will be facilitated by administration. And your comments and further input will be recorded in the areas. So, we are on housing, public works, and capital assets. I'd like to ask Verna Ambers, Wayne Cook, and Derek to come on up and inform us with your presentations. Thank you. And thank you all for your patience and all of your feedback. It's much appreciated.
All right, good afternoon. Unfortunately, Wayne and Derek can't be here this afternoon, so I'll be going through the presentation that we've prepared for you. And I'll start off with the capital projects and public works staff. As you can see, we have Derek Perrault as a field supervisor in public works, Bill Speck is the wastewater operator, Stephen Barnes is a wastewater operator, and he just recently got his ticket as a wastewater operator, so we're really proud of that. And Richard Prevost is our groundskeeper, and he works 6 months per year, keeping our village as beautiful as it is. So, how much time do I have? Hour? I'm going to try and go through the presentation as quickly as I can, because but not that quick, because I know people always want to hear about housing and public works and capital assets. So I'm going to try and slow it down just a little bit. So the Public Works Department, they work closely with capital projects and housing. They're usually the first on the scene to any problems that might arise. They provide maintenance of equipment, roads, water, general repairs, abandoned buildings, the annual cleanup that we do every spring. Is that short? Okay. And they also do minor wharf repairs with the net loft and other emergencies that will come up from time to time, such as that big water break that we had up on Gatu, Nimkish Heights this past year. Public Works is a very, very busy department, and oftentimes the band office will get calls for people to come and fix leaking taps or help move people from house to house or other things, changing light bulbs and that type of thing. And it's really hard to take them away from their scheduled duties. They've got a lot of maintenance projects that they have to do every single day. They do a lot of things before we even get out of bed. So the Public Works does sewer maintenance and cleaning of sewer lift stations, manholes, to monitor the sewer lines for leaks and or any breaks. During power outage, Public Works is the first to try and locate where that problem might be, and they actually get a hold of BC Hydro and report back to them so that we can get the power back on as quickly as we can. And they also have to make sure that there's backup generators available for the water pumping stations and the main sewer lift stations. They have to continue to operate during any power outage. They have to take a 12 kilowatt generator to lift stations by the Anglican Church and hook it up to ensure the sewage keeps flowing to the plant. There's many problems with that sewer lift station that you see down by the Anglican Church. You'll see the fellas down there with their trucks and things, and they physically have to go into that lift station many times a week to take things out of there, the non-biodegradable things that are ending up in our sewer station. And in our PowerPoint presentation, we've provided you with a picture of some of the things that they have to do when they pull these pumps out. When these pumps burn out, and they often do because they're clogged with all of these non-biodegradable items, it costs us $3,000 to replace those pumps. So we're asking people to be a little bit more conscious of what's flushed down the drains. Our Public Works budget is a formula, and it's driven by AANDC. It takes into account the amount of roads, bridges, water and sewer pipes, and that type of thing. And it's a formula-driven process that we get each year. And it covers things such as wages, benefits, repairs, maintenance of the vehicles, office services, insurance, and those types of things. This year, I know that we talked earlier about having projects ready to go, and that we could hit the ground running and secure funds from AANDC at any given time. This last year, there was a big surplus in their capital projects, and because we had a proposal ready to go, we were successful in securing the $1.8 million for the decommission of St. Mike's residential school. And that was a big project, and it was fully funded by AANDC. So capital projects, the same thing. We also had a project in the wings waiting, and that was for the water system upgrade on Gatu and Atley and all of the band buildings. We didn't have adequate water pressure if a fire should break out in one of these buildings for the sprinkler systems to kick in. So that project was also fully funded by AANDC, $1.277 million for that project. And then the council provided resources this year for the Council Hall restoration project. We spent approximately $100,000 on that project. And we continue, now I understand the bingo groups and different groups are starting to use that facility again, and it is beautiful. We provided you with some pictures if you haven't been there yet. Am I going too fast? No, you're good. Okay. And I just want to report who's on the housing committee and who the voting members are on the housing committee. Two representatives of council sit on the housing committee. It's Kelly Spack and Deborah Hanius. And then we have 5 community members. These 5 community members are the voting members. And they are Don Swanvik, Mosette Such, Pearl Johnson, Vanessa Casper, and Randy Bell. And I have to thank the committee for continuing to volunteer their time to do such an important job. And your support staff, and I'm going to mention this again, these are non-voting members. We provide support staff to the Housing Committee overall. Is the Assistant Administrator, Capital and Housing Administrator, and we alternate between the Public Works Supervisor and Capital Assets. And we also have a recording secretary at our meetings. We have put a book out here, and it's called Mold in Your Health. It's got a lot to do about moisture in your homes. We're having countless calls from different individuals about mold in their homes. So there's a lot of problems with mold in the houses. CMHC has actually printed this booklet. It comes out at every one of our AGMs. I would encourage everyone to take a copy home if you don't already have one. And mold needs to be able to be your air needs to circulate so that mold won't become an issue or a problem. We're also going to be having some types of workshops in the future about this. It's a real problem. I'm going to talk a little bit about the revolving housing program. Revolving housing program was established in 1967. The band council of the time went to Ottawa and they lobbied for $500,000 to implement the revolving housing program. And since that time, since 1967, we've been able to maintain our own housing program. So one of the things that we talk about is that every single house that is built using revolving housing program loan funds must pay that money back to the revolving housing program. It has to sustain itself in order that we can continue to build. And we also have our housing policy at the back for those that don't have it, to review any of the different programs and services that we offer through the revolving housing loan program. The revolving housing budget is made up from the revenue from rental buildings, band buildings, the Yalise complex, our housing loans, and the MRP loans that the individuals take out from this fund. And the success of the program relies on our collective commitment to invest in our housing program for future generations. Revolving housing budget. If we don't have adequate funding in the revolving housing budget, there's simply a lot of things that we cannot do. We're not going to be able to build any more homes. We're not going to be able to buy any more homes. We will not be able to provide any type of major repair program loans to anybody. We won't be able to pay for your insurance. At this point in time, the band, due to some tragedies in the past, the band has been paying the insurance, and you're paying that back along with your housing loan. Those things will not happen. We also deal with emergency we would no longer be able to deal with emergency situations, hot water tanks bursting, leaky roofs. A lot of people have had to come in and get some money from the revolving housing program loan fund in order to replace their roofs, etc. So those things are things that come out of that budget or out of that loan program. Well, this isn't new. We have this problem in all of our Aboriginal communities, talking about the revolving housing program arrears. We've got some major problems. Some of our homeowners that are in arrears have come in and established repayment programs with us, which means that they're not only paying their current mortgage, they're also paying off some of their arrears. Others have ignored their original agreement, and we have to look at a way we have to enforce our policy and work together. We've got to find a solution to this ongoing problem. And I report to you now that as of August the 31st, arrears are $574,520. we provided you also with just a breakdown, and we went into the major repair program loan arrears totaling $46,438.89. And we've also provided you with a pie graph that shows you in which categories people owe money and the amount of homes that are in arrears. The house purchase arrears, this is your LTO or your house purchase agreement, are in arrears of $441,697.97. Again, we've provided you with a pie graph explaining how many homes are in arrears and for what amounts. And the rental arrears, we've gone into that as well. We took time to provide you with that, and the rental arrears are $85,987 and a few cents. So we broke that up too. We went into banned buildings, into the triplex, elders triplex, singles triplex, the DOT, MOT lands. The band council rents those lands up there from the government. And the mortgages are high up there, $450 per month. But that's because we have an agreement with the government that we pay them every year X amount of dollars. But if people aren't paying the mortgages up there, the band council has to pay that. And then the lease, those are our rental units. Got some major problems in there as well. So, CMHC, social housing arrears. We have $12,032.86. It's important to note here again, band council's on the hook for this amount of a default. Why? Because we have a loan with All Nations Trust, and we take out a mortgage for the CMHC old social and new social, and council again is on the hook if people aren't paying their mortgages. The ECAP program, a little bit lighter note here. The environmental, anyway, this year we were really, really lucky. We had brought on Dean Wadhams to do the ECAP program, and that was, we did 120 homes that participated, and they received the basic ECAP visit with upgrades to lighting, high-performance shower heads, aerators, door and weather stripping, fridge thermometers, and energy-saving tips. People physically came into the community and visited every house, and we also had hired a few people of our 2 people to go with the people that did that work. So 55 homes received a new Energy Star refrigerator based on that to visit with the ECAP program. So congratulations to those 55 homeowners. 9 homes received insulation in the attics. 1 home received additional insulation in their crawl space. Lots of light bulbs and that type of thing were also given to the homeowners. So it was a really good program, and we really hope that we are going to have another one this coming fiscal year. So the water system upgrade, we received funding, and it was for construction of the community's $1.5 million fire protection and water system improvement project. That project has now neared completion. It has been completed. I understand that the water is now running up to the higher levels up here on GAT 2, and you may have noticed that your water pressure is a little bit higher. So the construction began September. The water mains, this is a critically important part of public works. It's helping us to identify and map the different areas of the water with the plumbing and that type of thing with the water, because some things were unknown. So now we're able to map things, and we're also finding different areas where we needed to replace all of that piping. So we have an action plan for 2015-16. Housing Committee has recommended to the band to hire a housing clerk to manage the revolving housing program. Currently, we don't have anyone tagged or targeted to do this work. A number of staff in the band office do this as well as their other duties. So what we're trying to do is be more responsible in making sure we've got somebody on top of things to find out when people are in arrears, when to send out letters, when to meet with individuals to do repayment plans and all of those kinds of things. We're actively pursuing other financial institutions, such as the First Nations Market Housing Foundation, the Bank of Montreal, and Band City for funding opportunities for any type of new construction or housing programming. Also, Van City provided a housing presentation, I believe it was on October the 8th at the Learning Center. I'm not sure that many got to go, but if they do that in the future, it would be really good to do that. We're also going to be taking a look at our existing policy. So we'll be doing a review of our policy this year. And we want to continue to help people with the home ownership, education, and workshops related to how to keep your home in proper repair and that type of thing. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much for giving me as much time on your agenda.
I just wanted to say a few words to thank Verna. If she didn't have all those projects on the back burner, we wouldn't have been able to fund the res school demolition last year. So we really owe a huge debt of gratitude for Verna for that work. And we've not had the opportunity, because we've all been so busy, to share news about an award that she won. ANSI recognized her excellent work in overseeing the demolition of the res school, and they awarded her an award of excellence in management for her outstanding work. We got word at the very end of December, before the Christmas break, that we would get the money to do it. We essentially had from January 1 till March 31 to put it out to tender and get the job done. And it wouldn't have been possible had it not been the outstanding efforts of Verna to manage that project within that very short period of time. So, Gil Kesla, Verna.
Thank you. Oh, wow, I forgot about that.
Wow. We are, Stan. There's one more presentation, and then the floor will be open to questions and answers, where you'll be able to address administration and chief and council. And we'll leave you a chunk of time for this. Thanks, Stan. If you're having trouble, we can come over and we can help you write down and help you remember whatever it is we can do to a seat. We're here for you. We've got one more presentation before questions and comments, folks. We're going to have information technology. Glenn's going to come give us an update. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I got to tell you, I really tried hard to worm my way out of this presentation. And it's not because I didn't want to talk to you guys, but every time I get up here, everybody's eyes glaze over. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Glenn Nickel. I'm the IT director for the Namgis First Nation. I know it's not you probably picked up that's not me. It's actually my twin brother. Anyways, I've been told that I need to be short and sweet, so I'm 6 feet tall. So the tech department here has a staff of 3. We have about 130 workstations, 20 thin clients, which are little units like at Randy Bell's Learning Center. We have 4.2 kilometers of buried fiber optics linking all the buildings together, with the exception of the T school, which has a high-speed radio link. We supported an additional approximate 60 student stations at the T school. We have 13 servers, 3 data center servers, and 2 data centers in different locations. We have countless other peripherals network printers and that kind of thing. Approximately 100 desk phones that are all part of the network, 50 odd cell phones that are linked into our network, and everybody's eyes are glazing over. And it really goes on and on. There's an enormous amount of technical infrastructure that the nation has. We extend our network to Port Hardy, to Campbell River. We directly support the hatchery on the other side of the ocean in Katera through radio links, so they're on our network. Katera's routing of their systems and access for their consultants to monitor their stuff is handled by us. We put that kind of stuff in place, so they can function. Our servers handle things like giving us the ability to pump gas, giving the doctors the ability to view online x-rays, people getting paid. In essence, without the underlying infrastructure of IT, the nation comes to a grinding halt. In the past, we've come out of a 3-year, which ran about at 3.5 years of creating and replacing aging infrastructure, where we virtualized servers, improved and reduced our radio links, installed the fiber optics, virtualized systems, increased our data storage capacity, and implemented power redundancies so that our core systems wouldn't go offline in power outages. Recently, we've submitted a draft strategic plan to Hope for the tech department, which he's looked at and will be moving up the ladder into to council to approve. So our vision for information technology for the nation is to create a sustainable workforce that can readily adapt, easily acquire, and fully utilize information technology while providing the highest level of service for its membership. And you can see the picture on the side, and it is so true. Data and information is the new oil in today's world. Our guiding principles are user-focused, accessibility and reliability of access to the information, innovation, value-added values, so making sure that the services that we implement provide value to the organization. Clarify services a bit, because services in IT, you think if you go to a hotel, that's a service you're getting. Service for IT is having functioning email, having functioning phone systems, having antivirus throughout the organization, having medical systems that work, dental systems that work, etc. These are what we consider services. And our last guiding principle is continuous improvement. Our goals are integration and access to information. Our second goal is service delivery. Our third goal is to improve and streamline. And our fourth goal is privacy and security. We've outlined approximately 15 objectives. I'm not going to go through that kind of stuff, but I'm going to give you some of them here and examples of strategies around that. So an objective for us is to provide simple and universal access to information for all staff. A related strategy would be to develop a strategy for comprehensive records management within the organization. To implement upgrade cycles for hardware and software, so to alleviate some of the ongoing costs that are associated with IT, moving more to cloud-based subscriptions so that we're not getting hit all at once with big renewal costs on the next new upgrade, where we're paying more annual fees and can be more predictive in our costs around IT. An objective is to research and provide more advanced web tools to enhance the nation's web presence, providing useful tools for membership to interact with administration. A strategy would be in identifying areas to enhance and streamline administrative processes through a self-serve web portal. To improve departmental and interdepartmental communications. A strategy there would be to define and implement annual departmental IT strategies. So though we have a large over-encompassing strategy of IT, every department has specific needs that need to have strategies built around and goals and objectives that tie into the bigger picture. To provide structural technical services that enhance employee proficiency. To provide instructional. To provide online, offline educational sessions for core applications such as Microsoft Office, getting people more proficient in using things that are required in their job, Excel spreadsheets, those sort of things. Another objective is to evaluate business and IT alignment for improved proficiencies. A strategy there is to identify key business processes that could benefit from new technologies. An example of this ties back to what Hope was saying earlier, where it's been identified that there's a need for directors to have more current daily access of where their departments stand financially, prior to the accounting department coming out with, finished statements monthly. And so we look at software that department heads can access and see where they're sitting at now. Now as of yesterday kind of deal, so that they're very current on their spending. So it's aligning the IT with the business needs of the organization. Each strategy has unique challenges. It's hard to just say, well, here's the challenges, and if we come across these challenges, we've solved everything. But the considerations really are, finances. The IT department is a function of administration. We aren't receiving specific dollars from the government to support IT. This is just part of the admin budget, really. They break out a chunk that goes to IT. And it's very hard to come across funding for IT because it's like an ongoing cost of doing business, right? You're not doing a project necessarily that you can get funded. So people don't give you money for just ongoing operational expenses. Other challenges, of course, are executive support that, we come up with and clearly define projects and plans with measurable outcomes so that we can measure our successes and that we know we're moving ahead in using technology and that we're not wasting our dollars on, false starts. Staffing levels are challenging. We have a staff of 3, and if you quickly do the math, you have a few hundred devices, and we have approximately, with the students, over 200 users, right? So we don't have much sit-around time to even, strategize. We're constantly dealing with problems of the day and keeping people functioning. Other considerations, of course, are training. Anything that we roll out has to have a strong training component, or it's doomed to fail because people just won't see the value in the progress if they're not comfortable with using the technology, and they'll 100% fall back to, well, it was good enough how I was doing it before, I'm just going to do it that way, even though we've invested in it. So, training is a key challenge in implementing any technology. And of course, it's critical that we look at our objectives, our strategies, and our goals, and as we move forward and implement them, that we can then benchmark and measure those successes so that we know for sure that we've brought value to the organization. And of course, last but certainly not least is the continued refreshment of technology. Everybody knows how fast things become obsolete. And as much as we like to go, oh, we just don't want to spend more money on upgrades and stuff like that, we continually get pushed by industry to have to upgrade. Software demands better hardware. Hardware wears out. You have to buy newer hardware. So it's a vicious cycle to a degree, but just like your vacuum cleaner wears out at home, or your stove wears out at home, or your desktop computer wears out at home, the stuff wears out here, and a lot of our stuff runs 24/7, so the wear and tear on it is a lot higher than home use. So you can imagine how important it is that we're refreshing that technology to keep everybody working. In summary, the technical services team will strive to provide a high-level services to the Namgis Nation. Information technology is here to provide support and continually improve the services the nation provides to its membership. Really quickly here, I do want to thank my staff, and everybody's seen Alana sitting back here. Donald's been out sick for a bit, so it's put an additional strain, but through this event, Alana's been handling all the mics, all the cameras, coordinating what's going up on the screen by herself there for the most part. Also thanks to Vanessa, who's monitoring the webinar, where the members can chat in questions and ask things of us. And can you quickly queue up the YouTube? So I want to encourage everybody, because I know yesterday especially and today that we've been motoring through information, right? And people are getting saturated. So here is, this isn't the live stream, this is yesterday, but this is similar is going out. So you can go to this, the links are off of the Namgis website, and you can go in there yesterday and you can jump to any part of what went on, and you can review it, right? So it's DVR'd. Even the live event right now is being DVR'd, so people that are joining right now can go back to this morning and start watching. So this is one of the kind of initiatives that Technical Services brings to reach out to membership that can't be here. And we talk about the online community. Today, 25% of participants are online. So what you see here, we add them in, do the math, there's 25% that are online now participating. So yesterday, I think it was about 18%. So for you anyways that didn't get a chance to look at it, off the Namgis website, namgis.bc.ca, there is a AGM link, and you can tune into this, jump around, review anything, and you'll actually find the slides and all of that are a lot clearer than you're getting here. So I'd encourage you guys to do that. We will be rebuilding that page with the additional content that we didn't have when we first put up the page, talking with communications and Brian earlier today. So that's a quick and dirty on IT.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are going to move into questions and comments now. Yes, please. Okay, so we've one at the back. Chief George, Yvonne, Stan. Sorry, I don't know your name besides Stan. Let me write it down. We'll get people talking and I'm going to write this down. 1 second, please. Yes, please take the floor.
Can you hear me? I'd like to speak about our language. I'd also like to acknowledge our fluent speakers and the work that they've done in the past and the work that they continue to do today. I would like to challenge our council on making our language a priority. We've lost so much, we all know that, and it seems like we're losing more each day. There are programs that other First Nations and other Indigenous people have done around the world to revitalize their language. The Saanich people had 5 fluent speakers. They now have 20 fluent speakers. Each of those 5 fluent speakers took 4 and taught them. The Maori have their languageness, and as you know and hear from them, how well and how they revitalize their language. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Is there any response or?
Madam Chair, I would propose if folks make comments, we're taking note of suggestions. So rather than respond to comments, we'll just take note. If there's a specific question, we'll endeavor to answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Deborah. Okay, Chief George, please come take the floor.
Okay, Stan. Hello. Yeah, my comments about the housing program, well, there's a couple, but I'll start with that. When I left council, there was $2 million in a housing account. That wasn't that long ago. What happened, I don't know. But one thing is that Rob Roy tried to suggest that people on SA pay the max rent because if they lived in the city, if they lived in Port Neal, they'd have to pay the max rent from their SA, which is holding back our money. I mean, our housing program from getting on, you know, like some guys still pay $150 a month. If they were living in municipality or in Port Neal or Vancouver, they'd be paying $1,000 a month. So I just think that, you know, because it's SA, it's not going to harm them. The other thing is all that money that was spent without our consent, some of that should have went to fix our housing problem. I mean, that's embarrassing if you can't fix a roof. I mean, if your bedroom ceiling could fall on your baby or your kid, it's a priority for the roof. You can't neglect the roof. You're talking about human beings here. Now, instead of us throwing money at those projects, especially Orca not benefiting us, we should have helped those people that are in trouble with their houses and other stuff. It doesn't make sense to me that we're patting ourselves in the back for that programs over there, those businesses over there, but people got leaky windows, leaky houses, leaky roofs. Kids don't have shoes. You know, some people don't have food. I think that your responsibility as a chief and council and not really reflected on you guys because you guys are correcting this mess you inherited from the past chief and council. But your responsibility is to enforce the policies of the Namgis people, not the Department of Indian Affairs or provincial government. If you're in there to enforce the policy of the government, you should resign right now and get somebody in who's going to fight the government. And that's what Alvin said to me, Eliga said to me, the old people said, what are you a councillor, George? When I did not answer, but I just used a policy, Indian Affairs policy. Well, that's not, we didn't vote you in there to harass us with your policy. We put you in there to fight for us and make ourselves better. So I really think that, you know, that thing, like the plan When we done those specific claims, when we got that money from the graveyard and from the bridge, Elaga and Alvin and all of them sat around, all the elders sat around and they said, when that money comes in, put half into housing, put half into economic development. That way you'd help people. Well, that money came and where'd it go? Nobody knows. I've been asking for a report where that money went from the specific claims. We still don't have a breakdown. It wasn't in the audit yesterday. And we never did get a really answer about who authorized them guys to spend the money. Like it's almost like that commercial on Super Lotto. Shipbuilding, textiles, no, Namgis band throwing money around like quickly. I mean, that money belongs to the Namgis people, and I really think that you guys should look into that. I'm not trying to say somebody should go to jail, but they should be held accountable for that. They should be held accountable for spending money that's not theirs, that belongs to the members. And when we tried to do stuff when I was in council, Rob Roy always said, hold it now, this is wrong. And he explained to us the legalities of how money was to be spent and how the programs run. And if he wasn't sure, he'd get a lawyer to explain to us. So as a councillor, you should question when something comes forward to you, is this right? I mean, it's simple. Is it right? You're not going to get beat up for asking a question. I mean, ask a question if you're uncomfortable with it. But all in all, this is a really great meeting. I'm glad you guys are fixing things up. It's not your fault that the past chief and council and administration left you with a mess. It's not going to be next 2 or 3 years. It's going to be a little bit longer before we start seeing progress that you guys are doing. And I think you have a dynamic staff. You have a dynamic council, the most educated one we've ever had. And I think your heart's in the right place. I mean, the days of arrogance that I'm the boss, you just copy me, forget about it. I think you guys are doing the right job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief George. And Yvonne, please come take the floor.
Appreciate all that you've done in this past year. I do see there's room for improvement. I want to talk about interdependence. It's who we are, and it's how we have survived our history, and it will continue, and it's how we will continue to thrive as a nation. And with that said, everyone in our community has a role and a responsibility to each other, to our families, to our clans, and to our membership, as well as to the world, because I hear that we're used as an example worldwide and that people are looking at us and the innovative work that we've done. So with that being said, culture is really a big part of how we move forward in our healing journey as a nation and as a people and as family. So, I've got to witness since the demolition of our residential school, that the cultural practice come into play in our traditions and in the healing of our nations. Well, we need to utilize the resources within our own community, because I was taught by our old people that we don't practice our ways in their territories. Therefore, they will not practice their ways in our territory. And we tend to be leaning on the Coast Salish people to come and help us in our direction of our healing. And we have that here in our own community. So I really would like those that promote the healing in our community to take a really good look at where you're getting your resources from, and that we have it here in our own community in the Namgis nations, and that there are people who have learned from our elders on how to do our own practices, and we're not being utilized. So we need to promote to our younger generations that are not involved in our band business or in our nation's business by role modeling our strength. And in healing, that's where that's role modeled. The things that we do, I feel we need in our community is an elder council, so that the language retention can be addressed by our elders, the ones, our universities that we're losing at a fast rate. I also believe that the Elders Council will help with the cultural guidance, where a lot of our young people are really infants in this section of our culture, as we're all learning and scurrying to learn before you all pass over to the other side. I also feel that they would be an excellent resource as an advisory board to the various departments that work with our children, that works with our families, and that work with our business, because they know our territories, they have knowledge that have been passed on orally from our elders. I also believe, because of the lack involvement of our youth, they need to have a role and a responsibility in our band and our business. So we need a youth council, and we need them to be a part of the advisory to where they want us to go with their future. I also believe they have the ability to identify what they need for themselves instead of us dictating to them what they need. And ensuring that the youth have an understanding of the political roles so that we can end up having them sitting at the table taking the leadership. And when I am an elder, I will feel confident in their skills and their abilities, and that they have been mentored to the best of their abilities by experienced politicians who have gone out there and seen the world view. Those are my concerns and those are my suggestions, because I'm a fixer in what I do. So I really hope that this is heard by the membership as well as by our leadership, and that we advocate for these things for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Stan, would you come up and take the floor, please?
Just Newram Atlas Risa. Or as I can knock, I got in spike of the looks matter. Duxitalach is now Quensquile, as I like just overload. When I was sitting here, there's two of us sitting here, 175 years old, and we got bamboozled by all the young people. I think it all sounds really great when you give a report one after another and you're not given a chance to question, quiz, clarify the different statements that you've made. Some of the things, I think everything's important to us guys. Apparently, from what I can understand, there's 3 or 4 of us that are of the old school, and I don't understand what that means. My thought is, you guys wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the old school. And any of you guys that are in administration, if I ever catch you talking about me, because I'm outside of the politics of it there, I'm going to confront you face to face. Fishing is one of probably the key things for most of our community. It made this community. Everybody made a decent living at it. Bought us houses, clothes, fed our kids, and we're letting it go by. We have no plan for fishing. I don't care what that the pamphlet said about the resources that we have. We don't know what's out there. We say we own it. And I've said many times, if you own something, you better assess it and have some idea of what we have. There's so many things that are happening in our fishing industry that it's put most of us on the beach. This year, I've had 2 days fishing out of the whole season. And I suppose as a pensioner, I'm expected to maintain myself for the next year until the next season with 1,600 dogs. Well, there's a lot of other people that are worse off than me there. So we have to think about everybody here. We're letting a lot of things slide. The net loft is a big sore spot with me. I don't know how many times my crew's been hurt on the floor going through the planking. Other crews have done the same thing, the very few guys that we have. If you're not going to do anything with it, could you just tear it down? It's as simple as that. It's painful to watch that day after day when you're working down there and watching your crew suffer because they have to try to avoid the pitfalls that are in there. Our breakwater is another one. That thing's, I know that thing's been a pain in the butt for over 40 years. I was on so many committees with that thing, and we couldn't do anything with it, the small craft harbors. But we can't develop the inner harbor until we have a breakwater. A lot of the things that you look at there, especially on the inner harbor there, because we tore the residential school down, it doesn't eliminate the problems that it created. We've got a huge health center department there because of it. I don't think any of us have sat down and taken stock of why things are happening to us. Why our kids are the way they are. Why aren't they learning as fast as they should be? And there's so many things attached to that residential school thing, it isn't funny. Every social issue that we have stem from there. I think one of the things that we have to be proud of is our drug and alcohol unit. Not big enough. I've got to take my hat off to the people that work there under the conditions that they're under. And I think that part of that thing comes from the residential school thing too. And we haven't sat down to try to figure out why these things happen to us. The drug use in our community, the alcohol use in our community, poor housing, homelessness. There is homelessness in our community, overcrowding in our community. Those things slid by us when they were giving a report. And I didn't really appreciate that. There were so many things I could have questioned while we were if we were given the chance after the presentation. I didn't stay too long yesterday to hear out the audit part of it, but I'm really not happy with that thing because council has shirked their responsibility of dealing with things on their own and given it to a corporation. Once we nominated them to be on it, they're going to be on it forever until they get re-voted back in again. We got no idea what they're doing. You got nothing to say about it. You can't say anything about it. I think we've got ourselves in a bit of a rut with the corporations that we're involved in. We need to take back what we have. We can't give up what we have. When you're in the union, one of the things I want to say, don't forget we're not in the treaty process anymore. You can forget that because that was off the table before. I hear guys at our coffee table there talk about we should go to fee simple. Why in the world would you give up something that's ours? The reserve is our land. Nobody can ever take it away from you. Fee simple with the way things are going because we can't resolve a lot of things. You're going to be selling homes and half the other end of town is going to be living in amongst us, even though some of them are now. So we got a lot of issues in here. It's not just not just a glowing report that we got. A lot of people think you're negative about things. It's not negativity. This is just straight facts about the way things are. You know, I believe myself, and I've always been this way, if you've got a problem with me, I want you to talk to me face to face. Don't talk behind my back. You can call me names in front of me, to my face. But don't go and hide out in your little corners, cliques, or whatever you got there and start saying nasty things. Because I know there's administration that said nasty things about two people here. And I'm included in it. And I don't appreciate that. So, but I can deal with it. The thing is, you know, I love our community so much it isn't funny. I don't have to say anything about anybody. I don't need anybody's help. But I'm here because the community gave me something to start with, and I'm trying to help give it something back again. So, very quickly, no plan for fishing, halibut fishing. Nobody's ever addressed that. The thing is, we've got a bunch of young people out there have no jobs, no employment, no possibility of being employed. They're out there food fishing right now and selling it. Anybody that says to me they're poaching, they should cuff you in the bloody head, because those guys are trying to put bread on the table. And most of the guys that talk about those guys that are out there are the guys that have jobs. You know, you got to give them young guys a lot of credit with their beat up old boats and derelict boats, some of them, that dare go out there and risk their lives to put bread on the table. And I don't see any of us helping them. So anyway, I'd like to thank you guys all for listening to me there, but there's a lot of other things that happen. We're doing a lot of good things. Don't get the idea that everything is bad, because there's a lot of good things happening too. So, you know, our kids are being educated. One of the glaring things right now is there's no kids here.
Thank you, Stan. Great words. We're going to hear from Longo. And just to remind you as well, we do have an open forum where we'll be recording your comments.
Hi, I have three things. First one is the last time was here, I can't remember, about a couple of years ago, I asked to look into this insure thing. Because when I went to the drugstore and bought 6 of them, it cost me 14 something. When I can buy a whole case of it in Cal River for $12. Now, why? I've never got a reply. I've asked, I don't know, about 4 of you guys that's sitting up there now to look into it, but I've never ever received an answer. I think when a band member turns around, asks you a question, especially in public, like I did the last time, I think I should have received an answer. And the other one, next one is the accounting. The hell's going on there? Every time I turn around, there's somebody new there. You guys better look into that. Ship's not right there. I don't know if you got a bum captain or what, but because most of our people who have jobs in the band hang on to it for dear life, because we don't have many jobs here. But yet our people are quitting there. Why? There's got to be a reason. And I think it's time you guys did something about that. And the third and last one is the housing. The election before this last one, everybody was sitting up front there. First thing on their mind was, hey, housing, that's the most important thing. I haven't heard bugger all about it since then. Except we're going to build one house after about 10 years. I really can't understand, because I asked, when I was there, we were talking about going to TD Bank or different banks, getting them to sit down with the young people who want to buy a house and let the bank decide whether they can afford it or not, like they do in Cam River and Cape Mudge. I can think of a person, a bishop's daughter and his son-in-law. They can afford it right now because both of them are working. I'm pretty sure they could build a nice house. You look at the reserves in Cal River, they're really nice houses because they borrow what they figure they can afford, and the bank looks at that. But yet we sit here stagnant. In fact, I heard, I don't know how many months ago I heard that we were supposed to build a house. The excavator's still sitting there doing zip yet. So I really think you guys should look into that, because that's been on the table for a while, but it never goes anywhere. I could see on there it said we're going to look to the Van City and other banks to help the housing program, but I don't want to help the housing program. I want to help the young person that's there. I mean, like everybody would probably think that if the bank turns out less money, they're going to own everything. They're not. The way Cam River does it is they turn around. If that guy is not paying his dues within a certain amount of time, they tell you, I'm sorry, you got to go. That's the end of story. And then they will give it to another band member who they think can afford it. I think that's the right way to go. Let's get out of the bloody housing program. That's one of the most detrimental things we have on the reserve is that. Everybody's bitching about it one way or another. So I really think you guys should think long and hard about it. Thanks.
Yes, we've got a response from Chief Deborah regarding some of your questions.
I'm not sure about the insure issue. I don't know if you're asking if we will supply it here or just check on the prices, but that would be maybe if. Okay, that's something that we can put on the agenda for the next health board meeting, and you'd be welcome to come to the next health board meeting as well, so we can have a further discussion about that. And I just wanted to speak to the housing issue. We didn't get into a lot of detail about what council has been doing around housing, but as Verna pointed out in her presentation, we did meet with the Bank of Montreal. We also met with Van City because we do know that Campbell River and Cape Mudge no longer have much involvement with housing, that their members go directly to the bank. So in our meeting with the Bank of Montreal, what they advised us is that in order for that to happen, that we would need to enter into an agreement with the bank and we would effectively become the loan guarantor, which raises some concerns. However, the bank assured us that they do very in-depth screening of any applicant for that program, so that they've had almost like a 0% or a very small percentage of folks who ever defaulted to date under that program. So that is something we've actively explored. We are at the information gathering stage. So we've met with both Bank of Montreal and with the city about that opportunity. And the next step is to get it back onto the council agenda to see if we want to take that to the next step. And in conjunction with that, there's all sorts of other things that we need to do as well. You know, there's opportunities still to, you know, sort of start gathering cultural wood and accumulating cultural wood so that can offset some costs. So there's many, many avenues that yet need to be explored. We do have capacity challenges. As Verna noted, her and others do this portfolio housing off the sides of their desks. And we simply don't have someone fully dedicated to housing. As you can see, the Housing Committee has recommended that someone be hired to deal specifically with housing. As you could see yesterday from the financial presentation, we have $371,000 in discretionary money, so we don't have an overabundance of monies to deal with these issues, but you know, we're very mindful of the crisis in the community, and we can't sit silently by while 121 people remain on a housing list and 70% of our members want to come home someday. So it's an issue that does require urgent attention. We are moving on it, and so hopefully we have some more positive news to report back at the next meeting.
Thank you, Chief Deborah. And Art, did you have a comment back as well?
Yeah, you know, we didn't come here to shame and blame about what's going on here. The past history of what previous council did was, it speaks for itself. And the forward motions that this council is undertaken it's more of a positive thing. And you know, when we're up here and getting blamed for stuff that most of the council here was not privy to, it seems like a little bit of a lopsided thing because other people put us there. And we're here to hear from you what you want us to do. and to move forward and make it a better place for all of us. And I appreciate the comments, but let's provide some solutions. Because I've heard this all before at different AGMs, and if you give this council a couple more years, you're going to see some big changes in this community because we inherited quite a bit of trouble here.
Thank you, Art. Bert, would you please come take the floor?
Well, first of all, I wanted just to acknowledge the good work the council is doing, and the chief, and the new administrator and assistant administrator, and our people too. And I wanted also to acknowledge, for some reason, as myself, I've been home for 14 years, and I'm from here, from this community, and that says a lot of volumes about my commitment of working here in our community, as well as the others that have returned home, like my sister Irene, as a teacher and Masters in Gloria. All these people who have made a huge commitment to come home, and we need to really uplift them in a good way. And I need to say that for some reason. And we need to really acknowledge, and I keep on hearing that over the years at past AGMs, the priority of bringing our people home and to ensure that we're uplifting our people as well. One of the things I wanted to talk about is to ensure somewhere, maybe in a year, I don't know, I've heard this the last couple of years, of having a human resources manager, because quite a few of you wear a lot of hats, and it gets confusing sometimes of what roles player X is doing in player Y. And I know human resources has been a priority. I've heard it over and over at past World Cafes. And I want to make sure that that's a priority, because we need to work with our people, especially our local people, on an amicable, respectful place. For me, like Shannon does a lot in health and safety with incident reports and stuff like that. However, I think there seems to be a missing piece in the policy, the personnel policy, and for me, if I may, like just being general, coming home, like it almost feels like he said, she said, you believe this person, so there's some missing piece around ensuring that both sides are being respected and heard. If that makes sense, I hope it does. I just wanted to put that out there for some reason, because transparency was a huge issue, like in the previous council, and I hope this new council deals with that, because that was a part of the issue. And I hear human resources. Time to do some action here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ernest, please come and take the floor.
I wanted to thank all of the presenters from yesterday and today for creating an opportunity for us to reflect and take a look at what's happening and to raise the questions. There is a lot of activity among our people, and it's times like this where I'm really proud of where I come from. We have many issues and we have problems, but when I sit here and I take a look at what our people are involved in and what the hopes and dreams for our children, I carry a lot of hope. So I just wanted to thank the presenters and the questions that came, and I wanted to take an opportunity to speak to the council and community members about what I do. Earlier yesterday and today, there was reference from a lot of people about education and our children, and that's what I do. I've been involved, believe it or not, for 9 years. I have a former student sitting at the council table, and I'm quite proud of that. Some of the things we worked on, because it involves Namgis. It involves Namgis resources, and so I thought it was important to share some of the things that my classroom are involved in. One of the things, firstly I should say, is that when teaching in my classroom, I really focus a lot on our history. And when I say our history, I focus on our Namgis history. We talk a lot about the river and our territories, and we talk a lot about some of our traditions we have here in Alert Bay. Some of those things couldn't be done without the support of people like Honey and Brian, who is here, and the Public Works, for example, are always supportive of us. And so I wanted to publicly thank those people. The Resource Department has given us unt and ooligans at ooligan time. We were given sockeye the year it was harvested. And just a couple of days ago, or was it last week, we were given chum for our upcoming event, which I'll talk about later. These are the things that these are the kinds of Namgis resources that we have put to use in my classroom. And I'm really proud of that. And I'm really proud of our little modest program that we have. And I say modest because I operate a full-time cultural program 3 days a week. And we operate on a very small budget. The reason why I wanted everybody to hear about this is when you look at the reason why we're not being presented here, the Alert Bay School, is because we don't appear in the budget. It looks to me like money was allocated with or combined with School District 85 and other programs. But a number of years ago, and this might not be known to everybody, but a number of years ago, a decision was made to stop funding our school. So I just thought that was really interesting, and because I teach a lot of Namgis First Nation students. As a matter of fact, I'm not clear on the numbers of presently, but out of 60 students last year, we had maybe 11 that were Mamatla. So our school would not be open if it weren't for either Namgis members or Mamalokla or whatever tribe those children represent. It's important for me to point that out because we don't see the funds coming through like we used to. Children were allocated, and we were basing apparently funds per child. But that hasn't happened, and I didn't realize that there was a decision made a number of years ago. So I just wanted to put that in front of you and the membership, that our school is not receiving the money that it used to. In reference to a comment made by my uncle the other day, I want to put an invitation out to the Education Committee, Uncle Dixon and Sharon, Uncle Art, Stephen, but also other people sitting up at that table to come and take a look at what we're doing in our classroom, because I have to be honest with some of the people that get up here and talk about education and what we're doing for our kids. I take a little offense, and it's because I think that people should come and take a look at what's happening in these classrooms before criticizing. It's not easy. I see a few other educators in here that have not going to speak on behalf of East Lagilaug School, but they have the same policy as we do. We have an open door policy, and we are always welcoming people to our classrooms to take a look at that. So with that invitation, I have another announcement that on Thursday, November the 19th, the senior students of Alert Bay School, the grade 7 students, will be hosting a feast to share the wealth that we've been so generously received. So the chum salmon that was given to us, we want to share it with the community. And so that invitation is for not only the head table leadership, but also the hereditary chiefs as well. There's some things that I forgot to mention, but when looking at the report and the financial report, I wanted to say that because I think what we're trying to do is really important, and I agree with what was said earlier about taking our language outside of the classroom. Those of us that work in that area know that the bell rings at 2:30, and that children then go home to their and some of those things get lost. So I would like to see an expansion, if you will, of the current language programs that we run. And just some food for thought. When I look around at the room here and the amount of knowledge and the amount of education, the amount of resources people have in this room right now is really encouraging. It's only that we choose not to work together that gets in the way. And the reason why I say that is because whatever this division is that's existed, and whoever's promoted it, we need to sort of break those things down now. Because I believe that when we start working together, things are happening. And that's been obvious for the last 2 days. So I really want to thank everyone up here and in the administration buildings for making an effort to be transparent and honest, and I appreciate all of that. So thank you for giving me that time on the floor. It's important to me. Gila Kesla.
Thank you, Ernest. Beautiful. Chief Don, please take the floor.
Okay. We've got 4 question and comment sections all here. I'll be brief. I don't think I have any questions. I have a comment, suggestions. My first one's going to be on the $500,000 limit for council to decide. I'm okay with that, but what happened a couple years ago when Qterra wanted money, council approved $499,000 and came to a special meeting with us and said they wanted $501,000 for us to okay. And I guess it's all legal, but it's just kind of a little bit smelling of a dirty trick kind of thing, saying, well, we're already giving them $499,000, so you guys, you might as well jump on board. So I don't know if there's I'm sure there is a way to remedy that if you agree with me. Number 2 came to mind when Deb was talking about the money division for the different things we wanted to do, important things. And I wrote down, it would be good for recreation to get a share. But then I remember the conversation we had at the Recreation Committee meeting. I don't know that we've done this yet, but we'd like to see the recreation become independent, like this gym, Lawrence Ambers Rec Center, is run by social services. And I can remember more than once being angry at Wendy about that. And I came to the realization it wasn't of her. She didn't say let me look after the rec center, please let me look after the rec center. It got dropped on her lap. And I know they got enough things to do there. In the meeting we had, we talked about how we need to increase the programs here. A community member recently started a volleyball night, and apparently it sounds like it's going pretty good. Possibly enabling us to dedicate more time to our young people. You know, we constantly say that our children, indeed ourselves, are our most valuable resource. And if we could have, we believe that if this was an independent body, have its own directorship, that we could hire somebody, or somebody already working to hire more people. But there's money out there, there's all kinds of money out there that we're not accessing for recreation, you know. I don't know real lots about it, but I know people who are good at accessing money, and, you know, if we get this figured out, we could pay for that person's job and probably pay for another 1 or 2 positions here and get the program going that we'd really like to see. Get the community involved, you know. I've talked about this before many times. You know, sporting events. There's no bad part of it, you know. We get healthier, we'll get stronger, we'll get more confident, you know. And if all we get out of that is healthier kids, it's still worth it, you know. So I'd like to see us really seriously put some more effort into that, you know. Like, you guys will have to look at that, but I know there's people in the community willing to help out. I'm certainly one of them. We've talked about it many times, but it's time for action, and let's have a serious look at improving that. Okay. And the same line, when we talk about engaging our youth, getting them involved. I had a couple nephews here. They're not here anymore. But what we need to do, if we're truly going to engage our young people, it's going to be a full-time position for somebody. It doesn't work a little bit here and a little bit there. There's going to have to be a trust built up. It's probably going to be an association with some type of recreation stuff, where there's somebody that can engage our children, and they can get that trust, and then we're going to be able to hear what they think and what they want. Okay, I want to mention about Otley. I don't think they've done a whole lot in the past year. When it first started, they employed a couple of our guys a little bit, you know, but there's very little employment coming out of there. It's great that we're getting some money out of there, but I think we all agree we should be rebuilding our capacity at every chance we get, and there's certainly an opportunity there. I think at this point we're simply buying the engineering off of Western, you know. So I know there's challenges there, but I think there's an area for us to step in there and possibly create some employment for some of our people, rebuilding our capacity. Okay. What we need to do, we always hear this term, we got to have an economic development person. We got to have an economic development person. And I think we do. I agree with that. But I also don't think there's anybody banging anybody's door down saying, you know, I got this plan. I need some money. I need some help doing this. You know, I know we have people that want to do those things. But along the way, like the things I've talked about, those are things that are going to encourage people, that are going to help them get the confidence to say, you know what, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to try this. I'm going to take some risk. I'm going to get out of my comfort zone, and I'm going to try this and see if I can make a go of this business. So not only do we need to encourage entrepreneurs, we need to develop them. And I think developing them is a bigger part of that. I got to mark down the numbers, so. Okay. So that's that part. Now, to do with Kwakwala. I know one time I spoke to some people, and one of the things they implemented in their First Nation was a phrase of the week. So there was a fluent speaker, we have that, would develop a phrase of the week, there'd be a response. Regardless, however it had to do with anything that were happening, this is how we'd greet each other for that week. And then it changes to next week and next week. Not a solution, but a start. And in regards to food fishing, it's wonderful, that our First Nation will help provide food fish for us. It's greatly appreciated. I know there's challenges. It's so different from, a long time ago when we had, 50 boats here, even 20 boats here, And I know there's been struggles in wrestling with us having a seine boat. I'll bet money that we can figure out a way to have a seine boat look after itself. We're so worried about it going in the hole. Now, if we can't have that boat at least look after itself, we got bigger problems than we think. It's going to far surpass simply food fish. We're you hear previous speakers, and they're older gentlemen that have spoken about this in the past couple of days. We're losing our seafaring abilities. I'm a fisherman. I haven't fished commercially in a few years, and I may never fish commercially again. I'll still be a fisherman. I'm a mariner. And it's important for our way of life to still be mariners, to teach our children how to be in the water, to teach them how to dig a clam, how to set a long line, how to tie a knot. All these are really critical to our survival. And it'd be wonderful to say and simply rely on, these are things they should learn at home, but it's not happening. So I think that you have a really important part in that role, and I know you guys could develop a plan that would make a boat pay for itself. And the question was asked about what we're going to do. One of the things we talked about not having any fish this year, and I simply said that, I know what I'm going to do next year is I'm going to have a net, because that's the only way I could maybe guarantee I'm going to have fish. I'm very grateful for any help I get from our band council and that, but next year I'm going to have a net, take it on my punt and throw it out and get some fish like that. So, and that's because I'm a mariner. And I think that's it. So thank you.
Okay, Val, please come up and take the floor. And after Val, we'll have a short break and we'll hear from our last three.
Hello, I'd just like to bring up an incident that happened when the first doctor from the band got hired here in Alert Bay. I feel I was very mistreated. He did not give me a chance. He started accusing me of writing things about him on Facebook. I did not at the time, but after this incident, I went to the bar. I drank tons of vodka, which I haven't drank in many years. I tried to commit suicide. Now I'm trying to see a doctor who is very nice in Port Hardy, but it's costly to get over there, no matter, even if my family comes to get me. This doctor then sends me a letter, kicks me out of there. What bugged the shit out of me was I tried to go back to ask him if I could get my vitamin B shot, and he was coming out of the office we were in together, laughing with his staff. That's what made me feel like I was a lowlife. I don't know what his problem was, but I was not writing anything about him on Facebook until that night I went home so drunk. And these are the people you guys are worried about. What the doctors are prescribing to us who we know what we need, not you people. We know what we need. We know what we've been on. You guys are worried about what he's giving us and telling them to come here and clean up this town. Well, why don't you take a look at your kids and grandchildren and clean up their act and stop all the crack cocaine that's going around in this town, where you guys just gave 2 more people a bloody apartment down there. Like, how fair is that? If I was a crack cocaine person, I'd still be down at that office because you guys wouldn't give a damn if he was prescribing that to me. But because I'm asking for something that I need, I got kicked out of there and accused of yelling so loud. I was not yelling down there. I could barely keep it together because I wanted to cry so bad at the way he treated me. But like I said, if I wish I was a crack to help my pain. Now I live in pain where I'd rather stay in bed all day than face the world. Because now I'm off and on my medications because I can't afford to go to Port Hardy all the time. I really think you guys should look in your backyards and clean that up before you start telling our doctors that are coming in and out of town what the hell to give us and what not to. And why are people at the dentist office, when the dentist makes a mistake, we have to pay for it? It has to come out of our pocket. What's wrong with that?
Thank you. Do you want to respond? Yes, okay. Nope. But I'll add you. We're going to take a short break. We've got 3 more ahead of you, unless you're responding to Val. Okay. So we're going to take a short break with that, and then we've got 3 more speakers to hear from, and then 4 now. No. 240. Well, I mean, it is what it is. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, you're great. Facilitators? Oh, yeah. And we've got some. Okay, everyone, if we can come back to our seats, we can hear out our last three speakers to the floor, and then we'll have breakout sessions with informal discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Deborah just wants to comment briefly on that. Okay, sorry. Welcome back, everybody. Chief Deborah Hanous just would like to respond to Val's comment briefly, and then we'll get Shannon to the floor. Thank you. Deborah, you have the floor.
Oh, after you finish chewing.
Okay, thank you, Val, for bringing that matter to our attention. You know, our goal is to ensure the wellness of all of our members, and if, you know, the services we provide cause grief to our members, that's certainly something that we want to address. And I've had a conversation with both Hopeton and through Hopeton with Georgia, and they would like to meet with you to further address this particular issue. But I just wanted to offer a slight background context in that council doesn't tell doctors what to do. Doctors operate independently of us, and they have protocols that they must follow. So they're bound by their professional ethics to manage prescription, particularly around pain medication, in a particular way. So I believe that the doctors in our community are following the protocols that they're bound by and their professional designation. So that's what's going on here, but that doesn't mean that we sit by and we don't do a proper response. So if there's going to be any transition of our members from pain medications that they've been accustomed to another kind of system, there's going to be some dislocation and disruption. So we're interested in helping as best we can within our resources to facilitate some form of transition, this minimal disruption on members. So thank you for bringing it to our attention. It's now on the radar, and we're going to work towards finding some solutions for that. Gilakesla.
Thank you, Chief Deborah. And the floor is going to Shannon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. I just want to say that there's been many people who have come back to our community and have done some amazing things to better improve our community. And I really want to thank each and every one of you for that. With that, I just want to share briefly a little bit about my background. Probably 26 years ago, I was part of this community. I was on SA. I was a single parent raising my only daughter, and life was tough. I had to make a decision whether I was going to continue to dwell in hardships or make a move to better improve my life. And one day I was walking home and I decided I wanted to live. And what did that mean? I had to start putting my own personal plan together of how I was going to do that. And when I made that choice, things started to fall into place for me to where here I am today. I care a lot about my community. I do what I can to the best of my ability, and there are a lot of other people in our community that do the same thing. And we really miss acknowledging sometimes the people that do that, who aren't standing there waiting for a handout from the band to say, I need this. Okay, well, I'm not going to do nothing. And that's not going to get us anywhere. We need to focus on what it really is about our community that we want to change. We hear we want change, but really, ultimately, it comes down to all of us. Why I'm bringing this up is because I see, how can we do that? How can each of us take that role in our community to help make change? And the one thing that I used to see growing up was a volunteer program. We had many volunteers, and people stood up. People stepped up to the plate to volunteer back when I was a teenager to make things happen. It wasn't about money, it was about the pride of the community. We talk about the importance of fisheries. We talk about the importance of food fish, yet we have a Guatney hatchery that is just barely surviving over there, doing the best they can to support or to revitalize our salmon enhancement program. They're at minimal staff, and yet we're sitting over here arguing about it, but not doing anything. I had the opportunity to go visit the Guatney hatchery, and I really want to encourage community members to come together to form some sort of volunteer program where we can go over there and help out where we can in terms of environmental cleanup. There's stuff that around the raceways that need to be shoveled or cleaned up to help make the crew over there, their jobs better. Inside their building, they don't have the manpower or the staff to keep the facility inside up to regulation code. And if we really do care about food fish, I say we'd have community members step up to the plate and let's go do that. It's our hatchery. And without them, how are we going to sustain our salmon stock? We want to ensure that they come back. If fisheries is really dying down commercially and we want to keep our food fish, then we need to support the Guatney hatchery. The other one is the big house. If culture is really important to us and we say that, then we need to step up and take care of our big house. We can't depend on the band solely to keep it going. We all potlatch going people in our community. I really think that we can take a weekend, 20 of us, go in there, clean it up thoroughly, fundraise or donate cleaning equipment and products that we need to keep our big house running up to par, because right now the funding's not there, it's going into a deficit. So let's work together as a community and keep our big house running smoothly. Things need to be fixed. Let's do it. That's where we hold our potlatches, our cultural events, then that's what we need to do. And I think in total agreement of language, saving our language, and it does scare me that there's very few fluent speakers left. And the part I'm doing is I listen to our songs and stuff, and the bit of Kwakwala that I know comes from that. But ultimately it's my responsibility. If I want to learn the language, I need to step up and do that. I need to help preserve it, and I really take my hat off to a young person in our community that goes above and beyond to do that and to share that. So I really thank Pee Wee for that. In terms of housing, my mother had to move to Port McNeill. Not that it's a bad thing, it's just that housing wasn't available for an elder in this community to provide a one-level home where my mom could live. So she had to move over to Port McNeill to do that. My daughter is not depending on the band for a house. She's determined she's going to own her own home. The only thing that's preventing her from doing that with the bank is a $5,000 down payment. So she has a plan to do that, and my hat's off to her when she reaches that goal. The one thing that I see for future housing in our community is definitely not building two-story homes. I would look at building one floor, one level floor, and make it optional for, there's a lot of single people or single family that, or couples that want their own space. Develop houses that are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, make it one level, because if they're going to be there for a long time, it's going to make it easier when they get older that they don't have to climb stairs. And that was something that my mom had. She was living in a 2-level home, and it was really hard for her to keep going up and down the stairs. Pretty much about it, I think. But I really want to encourage, if we really care about our community and we want to change, then I'd like to see a volunteers program start up. We need to take care of our Gwatney hatchery, and we need to take care of our big house. Gaelic asa.
I don't know. Okay. This is going to be quite short, just to prove that not all old people talk as long as my Uncle Stan. I'm looking at that sign behind Yvonne. It says elders. And then I look around this room and I don't see any elders. We don't have a word in Kwakwala for elders. We have words for old man, old woman, old people. And when I read elders, I think Mormons. We got Mormons in the crowd? Don't think so. There's a lot of talk about the need to hold on to our language. And I think the efforts that have been made have to be better. I look at the word that's spelled W-A apostrophe L-A. That is not a Kwakwala word. And yet you see that all over this island. No one has corrected it. And it's just not good enough. If you really care about your language, make sure you spell properly. Or ask somebody who knows how to spell. There have been references to residential schools, and I think it's time people stop being professional victims. Whatever happened to our people in residential schools can't be nearly as bad as what happened to the Jewish people during the Holocaust. You don't see them sitting around crying. And I think it's time we stopped. Okay? I said short. That's it.
It's okay. Thank you, Gloria. Okay, we're going to give the floor to Steve.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is, how many applicants are waiting for post-secondary funding? You know, I'm quite sure that everybody appreciates what we are, the funding that we are getting up to now. But those that are out there that can't get funding because of other people who only have so much, they are doing it through student loans and stuff like that, which is very hard for a lot of people. And there, a few years ago, Chief Louis came here and did a workshop here and told us what they were doing. And they ran into the same thing. So what they did was, what they made from the monies they were making, they funneled it towards the education for the people. And, after a while, people were going right through school. There was nobody on welfare, that's what we have to look at. I understand we're short of money right now, but at least look at it, And there are people out there that do want education, and over I've heard people in these meetings tell the young children to carry on with their education, to get a trade, And as far as I can see, it's just a roadblock if we don't have any funding for them. And, if we can do something, go that way and do something for our youth or whoever wants education, it'll really be beneficial to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to hear from Donna, and after Donna, we're going to hear from Verna for the breakout sessions. So thank you. Donna, you have the floor.
Is this on? Yes. Steve, just to answer your question, there's probably, in every intake, there's probably about 20 to 22, maybe a little bit more applicants, but we only have enough money to fund maybe up to 4 seats where graduates have left their seats and now there's an opportunity to fill those seats. And the money that we do get does come from the government. So that is a great question. Maybe that we could look at that too, and investing in our membership for education. In saying that, there was a question or a comment that I'd like to make, and that's regarding, we've got the coverage of our elementary school, post-secondary, and then past that to Randy as far as training and jobs. We're missing that little piece there, and I don't know why we've never questioned that or caught that. It would be nice to see if NIST could come over to report on what they're doing over there, to let everybody know what we did. Like, I used to be part of the support staff over there, and so that we could find out what's going on, what they do over there exactly, and what the challenges are. Because I don't think that anybody here really heard about, the couple years that we went through a lot of racism in the high school. And it continues on today. there's no voice for the kids. You know, and that really breaks my heart, you know, that we're not looking after them a little bit better. A lot of times that when there is trouble within the school system, that the parents are just tired of it, and there's nowhere really to go. The easiest thing to do is to pick up and leave, to go like to move to Campbell River or to move to Victoria or Nanaimo. That's another thing that, you know, if there's no jobs, if there's no training and that there's no housing, our youth are going to continue to leave, and we're just going to end up one big retirement place here. So I would really like us, like Shannon, you know, when she talked about volunteering, I do volunteer work, but I would really like to focus a lot more of my time in that with the youth, because that's where our future is. And to also connect the elders with the youth to provide programming so that they will learn the enculturation that, you know, the elders will be able to pass on all of their knowledge. And I do really support what Randy's doing regarding the hunting and the mentoring for fishing and that, because that's building capacity in our traditional way. That was just my comment, and I hope that we can look into those things. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a quick comment by Chief George, and we will move on to Verna. Thank you. Quick
Hello.
comment.
That's why I didn't come this morning. You guys tell me I talk too much. So, anyways, I just want to back up what my cousin Val was saying. I had a 5-hour operation on my face a year and a half ago. I couldn't even eat Ichiban. I couldn't. If I had cream of mushroom, I had to strain it because my whole face was just smashed. And I couldn't get painkillers out of our health center with such a major operation on my face. That's why I moved to Jensen. It's not like Jensen's flooded me with painkillers, but do you know what it's like to be really hurt? Do you know what it's like to be in I got a shattered wrist here. I was hurt 10 years ago at fishing. I had 2 operations, 2 years of physiotherapy. I can't even get help from the band to get disability. I got a paper this thick, with 4 doctors saying I'm disabled. Did I get back up from the band and say, okay, how come he's not getting disability? No. I mean, I'm not looking for a handout. I mean, if I didn't get hurt, I'd still be fishing, making 50, 60 grand with Chris Cook. I'd be one of the guys coming here with the money. None of these guys quit fishing because it was their choice. The Namgis band chief at the time never argued about fishing being stopped. There was quiet. Oh, we don't need fishing. Every time we had a treaty meeting, we don't need fishing, we got food fish. Yeah, but that don't feed you. I mean, that don't make you have your house payments and so forth. The Namgis Valley has been neglected for the past 20 years. That was a priority for the Namgis band at one time. Matter of fact, we got 50,000 from the United Nations because of our environmental work in Namgis Valley. We got 25,000 from the United Nations again to meet with South Americans because the Namgis band was the most progressive band in the whole world when it came to resource management. They were going to shut the hatchery down. We went and argued. We didn't just say, oh yeah, okay, we're sorry bothering you, white man. No, we went and argued. Now, for 20 years, we had jellyfish leaders, not just here in Alert Bay, but all across the country that never argued and fought and just wanted to look good, their office looked good, never mind the people. I mean, did these guys quit fishing because they wanted to? No. And the other thing that I can't understand people saying, handouts. The fiduciary obligation of the provincial government and federal government under Article 13 terms of union is full health, full housing, full education, because they put these on these little reserves. All our medicines up in the mountains or on islands or something. We weren't even allowed to get off that thing. We had logging companies. I seen in archives in Ottawa, there's thousands of letters from the Mamasla saying outlaw those Indians for logging, so they stopped us from logging. You know, same thing with fishing. We never had a choice when fishing came in, but did anybody speak up for us in Alert Bay? No. I mean, that was a real priority for the Namgis at one time. I mean, like, how much money came to Alert Bay? when fishing. That there was a guy from he was a tugboat guy, and he said to me, "What happened to this town?" I said, "What?" I was down the wharf. He said, "It's so dead and quiet now." So when Lirt Bay was the place to be in BC at one time, and I really think, and I don't want to finger point again, but there was we put too much emphasis on that stupid treaty and neglected our people. Busy making our office look good. So I'm glad you guys are addressing that stuff. I'm glad you're going to do that. But please don't say you were begging and bumming. That wasn't our fault. Everybody worked at one time in this community. That's just a recent phenomenon, and I blame the Namgis Band for not fighting for us in fishing. Thank you. Oh yeah. Okay, Don. Okay, look at that. You know, on that map that Honey's doing, there's names of all the places that we use. I mean, that's a start to learn the culture. You know, there's other stuff like I learned the only Kwakwa I know is when I learned of fishing, and a couple of choice words. But I mean, like, you know, if I'm on a boat, I can understand people talk. But when it comes to everyday stuff, I don't. So, you know, I learned from listening to my old people. I even learned Chinook when I was fishing. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Okay, so we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the breakout sessions. Verna's going, oh, sorry, Sam. One more. Yeah, please come and take the floor.
No, I'm a great person on education. We live in a modern age. All your parents and grandparents who have children and grandchildren. We need your children for the future. We've got to have our children educated. We can't go without it anymore. It's really important. I was a grade 9. I often wonder where I'd be if I'd gone further. Just a day older, I guess. But I encourage your people. I encourage your parents and everybody involved with the children. Help them along. Help them see them through school. We got them busload of them going over to Port Meal every day. It really bothers me when I see them come home in the middle of the day. For all you people, parents and grandparents who encourage your children and got a good education, I congratulate you. I'm really proud of the fact that we have a growing nation here, an Namgis nation. It's very important. You know what? To be able to sit up there now, you got to have a qualified education for running our band business. Band business is getting serious now, not like before. We want something, we got to work for it. Our band council and all our programs we have got to be proven by people who know what they're doing. It's serious. I'll tell you a story, but my wife's not going to like it. My wife was running a daycare down there, building one of the old buildings down there, and her and her friend and North Island College came in, and she had to have a degree to run a daycare. And who only had a grade 5 education. I came home from work one night, and she had papers all over the kitchen table. Look what they done to me, she says. She had the dictionary open, and she's determined she was going to take a job at looking after kids. She's getting in on our spell. But she made it. She made it. Young parents, grandparents, whoever you are, there's a little baby in here. Help them get to where they're going and see their goals. I'll never stop talking about education because as far as I went, as far as I got, everything else I had learned is what I went through my life. I don't count anymore. The other thing is, I'm a recovering alcoholic. When this revolving housing program was set in 1967, it was set when the fishing industry was at its peak. But 75% of our fishers were paying back into it at that time. It sounded very good when it was set up by a great many people. But since then, the decline of the fishing industry has put it back. Unfortunately, has put it back. And our band has suffered a lot of problems since then. The few people sitting up there and the people around us were involved with everything that's creating jobs for our young people. You have a lot of work ahead of you. I have a lot of grandchildren. Well, Kathy has too. To encourage the young people, first thing I want to see one of our people in Ottawa taking over their prime minister job. And 10 cities around for the First Nation people all across the country, not just here. One of our First Nation people get in parlors, take over in Victoria. Let's move them up. That's the best thing that can happen to us. If we move in. This latest election, I see there were 15 First Nation people running for politics. People are wondering, what are we going to do? We're going to move ahead. We have 26 grandchildren. 3 of them out of 26 have moved ahead. That's improvement. That's improvement. You know, when the North Island College first came to Lord Bay, that was the greatest thing that ever happened to us. A lot of our people at that time benefited from the North Island College. Our council at that time helped us get the North Island College here in Lord Bay. A lot of people moved on, got to be teachers, got other degrees, and all of them have been out of school for a while. And so serious road ahead for us. There's a serious road ahead for our children. You can't live in this world anymore. It's too expensive. I think my hat off for open area up the hill there, helping our people. And all people that's going, taking up the courses that are going on up there. You can do it. If you're qualified to help each other with getting an education for children and able adults, a priority to work on, not for just now or future times, continually working on it. Keeping our children in school and getting a degree for themselves. Very important. I'll be back here again, see something else. I'd like to apologize to Namgis people for being an alcoholic and not paying for the revolving housing degree. I'm one of them, but I made my mind now to pay into that to get my mortgage paid off. I ignored it for many years for my alcoholism. And I feel bad about it. I had to come up and talk about it. And thank you.
We have one more elder that would like to say, sorry, that's not even a word. Emma would like to say a few more words.
Oh, sit down. Okay. I just like to know, but I need to say something about the patient travel. When there's first, if you get a letter from a doctor to go down to a specialist, you got to get it into the patient travel in 5 days, and then some doctors, some specialist phones a day before, and you still can't get your patient travel. Same thing with emergency. Couple of people who had an emergency, and the person got sent down, the mother or daughter, and their family, the one family that wanted to go down, couldn't even get patient travel. And I think that's really wrong, because you like to be with your loved one. So, and then when you do get patient travel, 1 hour you have to pick it up. You got to pick it up between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. And that's goofy. And the other thing is the gas station. Why is the gas station just open at 11 to 2? Why can't we have it a little longer? I'm talking for one of the nurses. They don't get off till 4. And they always miss the gas station. She brought it up to my attention. So I'm just bringing that up for council. And the other one is there's people using the big house and not paying rent. And I'd like the council to look into that. Because we've all had potlatches, we paid our money, we clean the big house, and yet there's people go there and don't pay for it. And they don't even clean up after them. And the other thing is, why don't we have a diabetic doctor come? We had one 6 months ago. And we haven't seen another diabetic doctor here again. And also, I'm one of those grandparents brought up my great grandson by myself and his other granny. No, he got no support from his father whatsoever, and he stays with me constantly because he won't leave me alone. And the other thing is, I brought him up, and now that I'm on pension, it's kind of hard. But the thing is, what makes me so proud, he's going to graduate this June. And all that hard work and pushing him, I'm very proud of what I had done. But there's lots of us elders that are looking after our children, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren. I'm proud to have looked after mine, but I think of the other people are really having a hard struggle with theirs. What else did I have? I guess that's all I've got to say, and I thank the council for listening, and I hope we get some things done that have been mentioned today, and I'm sure they will. And thank you a lot for us being here. I enjoy what's going on, though sometimes they use big words. But it's all right. I try to guess what it is. Thank you.
Okay, without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Verna. Thank you.
I thought before we get into our breakout sessions this afternoon into our World Cafe, I would read some of the parking lot questions that came out, so it would be into the record and people could hear what people here have put up. So I'll do that as quickly as I can. Tourism opportunities. Will local Namgis expertise be contacted to share their accumulated knowledge and connections? Question number 2, is the band taking a proactive approach in dealing with I guess I'll read it, with the Sasquatch on the island? I didn't even look at that one. Oh, for heaven. Thank you. I didn't read it ahead of time. Okay. Getting back on track. Does our nation have a plan for Kutera if we are not successful growing Atlantics? For example, the success of land-based aquaculture in Washington, can't quite make that out. Somewhere on the backside of Vancouver, it looks like, and the environment, can we declare the Umista Beach a protected area, then move towards a sacred site? And I think that goes with the idea of doing something with St. Mike's, because I've got some other comments at the back. Fishing license program. How is dollars generated, and does the dollars go through the sales of the fishery licenses? And then consultant fees. Some fees as high as $300,000. Can you describe why so much, and how is fee negotiated, based on what criteria? Environment. It's an idea to close off the road to the Umista Beach, move to behind as an entrance to protect the whole area, the Umista Beach, the space in front of and including the former residential school site. And this is another one. The clinic has been open for how long? How come we do not have a permanent dentist? This is a lot of dollars wasted on travel and accommodations for them. The residential school site. I attended 2 Namgis community meetings prior to demolition. Where are the reports that were shared about ensuring a healing memorial at the residential school site? Can we make a formal commitment to include a healing place and a memorial space? Can we prevent it from being turned into a parking lot? Okay, this one is, it says no new, and it's guardian financial assistance through SA. So families who want to raise their grandchildren or niece or nephew go to the MCFD. Now, this system does not respect our culture. What policy are we making around this? A great man told me if government comes to consult about policy, they've already made up their mind what that policy will be. So we need to make our own policy before the government. That has to do, with children, family members looking after grandchildren, great-grandchildren. CMHC, Moisture and Air Booklet. Why have this booklet when mold cleanup is with bleach? Mike Holmes and Occupational Health and Safety Administration says it does not work. And funding for trades, mechanics, plumbing, and electricians, we need that. And plan for off-reserve school supplies and bus passes. We need a child and youth mental health counselor. Stewardship program to monitor our territories. And a policy for sustainable industry. So it is the intention of us to have all of these parking lot questions answered, and what we will do is we'll put them in the editions of the Calamus. There's not that many, and we've also taken the ones off the wall today, so we've got them all here, and I just wanted them to be read into the record. And additional parking lot questions can still be put at the parking lot at the back. You've got all of the pens and the stickies that you need to do that. So if your question hasn't been, if you haven't had an opportunity to put your question up, feel free to do so. That was a good orientation into what we're going to be doing next. At this point in time, we're going to turn into the assembly into a World Cafe. And our intention is that we've set up 6 stations. The first station is for youth. The questions and the answers are, well, what are your concerns around the topic of youth? What are your solutions to address these concerns? Now I have Randy Bell and Jamie Hunt who will be facilitating that breakout session at Station 1. Station 2 is the elders. I'm in trouble. Say that again. OOP, I think I heard that expression before. And this one is for, same thing. The theme is the same at every one of the stations. What are your concerns around the topic of elders? And what are your solutions to address these concerns? And at station number 2, I have Georgia Cook and Shannon Alfred taking that on. Station 3, we hear a lot about food security in our community. That's going to be manned by Wendy White and Hopeton Loudon. And same question, what are your concerns around the topic of food security? What are your solutions to address these concerns? Station 4, alternative energy. You heard discussions here that hydro is going to be going up as much as over 20% over the next 4 years. So we got to start looking at alternative energy. What are your concerns around the topic of alternative energy? What are your solutions to address these concerns? And that again is at Station 4. It'll be Rachel Dalton and Brian Swanvik leading that session. Station 5 is culture and language. Same question, what are your concerns around the topic of culture and language? What are your solutions to address these concerns? And Pee Wee Alfred and Donna Hunt will be facilitating that for us at Station 5. Station number 6 is on housing. That's the topic. What are your concerns around the topic of housing? What are your solutions to address these concerns? Alana Jacobson and Hazel Cook have stepped forward to help with that, station number 6. Now, the idea is to have somebody with a timer that's going to be timing the breakout sessions. You have an opportunity to take 20 minutes to go to any breakout session that you think is really important to you. You're going to get a chance to move 3 times, so you're going to have 20 minutes, 20 minutes, and 20 minutes. And so if I can ask people to kind of move around and get to the station that is important to them. And 20 minutes from now, we're going to move to another station. So, thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're going to do 2 sessions. Unless you're super eager and want to do a third, then we can accommodate that. And we're starting the 20 minutes now, so please choose your first station and start giving some feedback to your facilitators. Thank you.
This was a parking lot question. Heard about it. I gotta answer that.
That's a common question. I can't say I haven't thought that.
I gotta answer that.
Good color.
No, just leave it there. We're done. Oh, okay. Thanks.
A little bit like a big, like your structure, you have to follow the rule. But if you go somewhere where you don't have to.
Would that fall under kind of like this, or like an immersion
Yeah,
camp
but
and a house?
that's a one-time thing. You gotta have it permanent.
Okay. No,
You gotta have Pee-wee working somewhere where it's not a structured environment like the high school.
Yeah. Like the Maya, remember it used to be used? There was no English at the Maya before.
Because in the school, kids have to behave.
I mean, look at how many people in the teachers list. They could be turned back over.
Not enough housing? Is that what you said?
If not housing. But there's other places. But the schools, other schools.
What was your solution, Dave?
Was to,
I didn't hear you.
don't rent to non-members. I mean, we leave the content room there. It shouldn't be you don't, I mean, no other, if you went to work at Vancouver, Kansas River, Portland Hill, they're not going to give you a house. Why should we give them? We have to look for a house.
Water down your toilet, use gray water, instead of using it right out of your hot water tank.
Well, one of the things that, again, it was part of that, and I just thought, boy, we should keep an eye on this. They're actually talking about doing construction where you can get a better insulation value because all of the mechanical, so like your electrical system, your pipe, are actually on the outside of the house. So that if you need to repair it, you're not having to take everything apart, and you can actually...
Okay, George. Now.
Okay, we used to have a really active elders council, and man hardly done anything without the elders. And it went to the tribal councils, where we had elders conferences with, we had to wear headphones for the translation. We had the Muslim, the joint DECs with the elders. They told us everything, so we followed them tightly. There's I got a bunch of tapes from the old people, they're all gone now, talking about how we conduct ourselves, who's the chief, how we done this, how we done that. We're so far removed from that, it's not funny. Are people so far removed from that?
I'm just thinking because this is where your volunteerism comes into play, but you can access a lot of money and do other programming that this band can't.
And that is to apply
and there's monies in it.
to apply for extra funding outside of the Namgis. Because right now I usually use but really we should tell them to do that.
Yeah. So the vessel is their own space.
And that's what I said. That's why I said in my stuff we got all these plans there. We just got to actually activate them.
One of the struggles I have with action plans is getting the people to action it, to activate. And we've had struggles on getting the moms to come to the garden to partake with it. We used to be able to do it through the incentive programs, and we had more people coming that way. When the funding stopped for them to get those perks, we're trying to find other ways to give them perks so that it will, again, give them incentive to come. And one of the things that I was going to talk about in my presentation is that all of our programs require integration to get the depression, to get the drugs, to get the confidence, to get mentor, because I know Straight Watch would take kids out to mentor. Mike Berry would do that too. And if we can get them out, if I can get them
integrate what we do. So if we're doing economic development, it shouldn't be only economic people. It should be representation from each department.
Yes, that's right. And how do we get these moms? Which is why we're looking at the wellness programs.
That critical mass you have there.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the example, and we're going to be able to develop mentorship.
Yeah.
Because they have a wonderful support in the person you have.
Yeah.
So just building on the things you're already doing well, that you are doing very well.
No, I think we should. I think we should look at, the micro hydroponic gardening, right? Instead of being committed to we have to grow outside in the dirt here because we have lousy dirt and we have lousy light and we have a lot of rain that washes everything out.
And we have problems with geothermal. It's so deep.
Yeah, but
in terms of our source of heat.
so I think micro hydroponic kind of stuff can be really debunked because people think it's really complicated, and it really isn't. I got cucumbers at home right now, plants this big.
Maybe that's where the 1,000-gallon water tanks come in.
Yeah, and you also spoke about box gardens, right? Backyard box gardens.
Find out what the concept is, what you're because when you're applying for funding, the first thing you throw out is your how to go about implementing that culture so that everybody agrees, especially in the territories that I work in, because there's variations to different parts of our language, but the customs all really the same. The 10 month to the 12 month, there's a Hebrew. There's recognition when the child becomes a certain age.
I'll be back. Okay.
Don't talk to strangers.
guys from
Still do
Europe
that.
came. They were talking about how automobile batteries, you know, like when they say it's dead, like it goes dead and it comes back, it still has, what did they say, 70 or 80% of its life. It's not suitable for the high power demand of a car. They're actually reusing them because of this kind of thing. It will actually work for many, many years before it actually truly is no longer going to work properly.
The other thing with solar is that hydro has they call it grid intertie. So you just hook up and then there's a second panel kind of thing, and you're sharing the power. Because of our sun, it's not like we're ever going to generate, you know, you're rarely going to have a house that's going to generate enough solar power to go in. So it just feeds into the meter and goes into your house. If you go over, they give you a credit, and then you don't have batteries. That's the,
okay, well that's a completely.
And then you don't have to worry about taking care of your batteries. You know, you got the camera, you get that.
So, should I give a suggestion? Feel free.
I do actually. You know, very interesting. Solar City, if anybody's aware, heard of Solar City, solarcity.com. You know, what they've done, initiative in the States, a private company, they're doing solar as an alternative to grid power. So basically this company will front you everything to get off grid, and you're paying back to them, you know, it's basically a loan to pay off all of that stuff, but you're paying back at under grid rates. So this is, you know his name?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, one of his startups that he got going. They're not in Canada yet, but you know, they're moving that direction to.
I mean, enough solar to power the whole River Bay kind of thing?
No, enough solar. They're doing it on a house by house basis. So every house, you know, they want to do this. They basically go off grid or reduced off grid. They get this package that comes, it gets installed, and you're paying them instead of BC Hydro or whatever at you know, a reduced rate.
Okay, so I can capture something about the batteries or something about direct to grid or something.
Yeah, battery or
recycled batteries or battery innovation.
We're going to buy the Tesla batteries now.
For your house, yeah. Well, the other thing is solar hot water. Using the, what's his name down on the corner there. He's got one of those solar hot water things on top of his house. What's his name? Danny Kennedy. He's got one. If you drive by his house, you can see it's up there. There's a little bunch of little tubes going in there. It heats up the hot water before it goes into his house, so his hot water tank doesn't have to work as hard.
Yeah, I've seen that. There's something else.
Okay.
Or solar assist house heating. I have a unit that I made, and it basically takes outside air. You run it through the solar thing, pop can thing, and
I've seen them on Pinterest.
Yeah, I have
them
one.
pinned.
I have one. I just don't have any sun on where I live.
What do you want to call that, Glenn? What do you call that? Homemade solar.
Well, it's solar panels. Yeah,
homemade
solar
energy capture.
Passive solar heat.
Yeah, it is passive solar heat,
So it's
exactly.
homemade, though, I think, is something like that.
Homemade is,
DIY.
Pop cans.
Yeah, DIY. I got into that.
I've seen that too.
Or other kinds
I
of
have
aluminum cans.
By all those hand things that you squeeze.
I don't get any sun.
Oh, boy, well, you are, yeah.
I tested it.
Oh, I know, it works.
I was really against that tide electricity. Then
They'd have to have a.
I think it's a class 4.
Class 4.
Third? Class 4.
I don't know.
How about you, Kathy? That's
So they can't flex off. They have to have 2 workers from Monday to Friday. That's their hours. So that's why there's nothing on Saturdays and Sundays. And there never has. And the why these 2 new workers are going to be able to create programs that happen on towards that.
For youth involvement in crime.
And our goal be to have something open for them during those times.
It's kind of micromanaging. It's important to take care of.
Hi everybody, I hear you're still chatting away. It's just your 1-minute call to wrap up thoughts, and we're going to switch stations and start in 20 minutes of working. Thank you.
Youth, that's right. Thank you so much, you guys. You don't want to roll this up into a great. No, I'm kidding. It's like, what was that point? No, get out of here. You're just teasing me now.
Okay, and that wraps up the first 20 minutes. So we're going to ask that you find the second station close to your heart. Go give some feedback to one of your new facilitators. Thank you.
Lack of interest on this side. You know what, I think that intimidation, fear, anxiety, stress, a lot of people are scared. They might make a mistake, or it might be too slow for them, or they want to become fluent, but it's not.
What did you say? Intimidation, fear,
stress, anxieties. If we had a building or get together and just speak for an hour, we listen to them speak. Donna used to do that.
You don't want to ask this about this?
Could go into part of that. It's different.
Okay, so what's the problem is housing shortage. Yeah, so it's the same. So it would be a solution to this.
In Bella Bella, they got a band, no, they got a band up into Mill, and they make
Build.
I didn't know my job was good. I love it.
A lot of people in the cities, they have these ones, they go straight up and they spin around this way, and they just produce a little bit less energy, but they capture wind in every direction. And you can just put that on your phone, right? And then you do it that way. Same thing, you get an electrician to come in and he hooks it up. And then you phone BC Hydro, and there's a thing called grid tie, and you tell them you want to do this, and you have to buy another panel and plug everything in.
Okay.
So is there any talk of doing or have people come to the island to do, like, for people that are interested in those alternative entities coming to, for example, say your house and my house, we may have two very different, what would be most for your investment of your dollar, which type of alternative energy is there?
It sounds like a project that we can try to get funding for. There's nothing right now, so we're brainstorming, right? But so let's call that like individual assessments or something like that.
Because I think even the island, we're not all the same. We're not all on a flat field, so it's not going to be one solution works for all.
Well, the biggest problem is just the moderate nature of all of our weather. It's either really, really windy and you can't use it anyway, or it's not really windy, or it's not really sunny, or there's not enough very, there's no stream kind of, if you're going to do something, it's going to be a combination of a whole bunch of things if you really want to make an impact.
My sister was saying something about composting. It's like a $5,000 unit. You put your compost in it and it generates.
That's what we tried to capture this.
Kelly was telling us about that. They compost and then you use the heat and that creates electricity.
It's like Back to the Future, right?
Yeah. You have flex capacitor.
That was in the past, by the way.
Okay, cool. That's covered.
Yeah. Hot water and fan, innovative technologies for new construction. Kelly was saying that you build houses and they put the plumbing pipes on the outside and the wiring on the outside of the house, so you can really maximize your insulation. Does that capture what that's about?
Just different construction things and things. The programmable thermostat is a big thing. I know it works almost everywhere. You have a programmable thermostat. It'll turn the heat off in the morning. You go to work at 8 every day. It'll turn your heat down every day at 8 o'clock. It'll turn it back on, lower at nighttime when you come home at 8. And then it turns it off again. And there's never a time when you forget to turn the heat on or off because it just does it for you. And they also have the expensive ones that will learn. You get to turn the heat on and off for a month. And then you leave it, and then it will do it for you based on what you do.
So these are like smart. You get a smart one.
Yeah, they're smart ones too.
As kind of a point of interest on the individual home assessment stuff, the companies that sell these kind of packages, and I think I can't remember the name off the top of my head, like Courtney and stuff like that. A lot of them will look after, if you're doing hydro and doing grid tie, they'll look after the paperwork for you with BC Hydro. So.
That's really just paperwork.
So I say something like what do you call DSL stuff?
I don't have any solar going on. No, I've been talking about it for years though.
Me too.
I actually have a great big tower I own to put up, like a 40-foot tower that I own to put one on.
I've got a petition to stop letting them do that.
So with paperwork or bureaucracy, paperwork?
Yeah, there's paperwork for the grid ties.
At the Kokesh, that's the Run of the River project. It goes right into the BC Hydro grid. Right at the bottom of the
Move on to the elder station here.
So the place I foresee this is for the underground partners to be. And that it's close to the big house. Close to the field. Yes. People can make their way.
So where's that again? Because you know what? Where's it again?
The old Thunderbird.
One of the things I would consider elders have disability get more even for different specialists that come into this or visit in physiotherapy, or even though it may not be
maybe different people work the roof, especially with Cisco. Like for example, just had our legs operated on, like that kind of stuff.
Or maybe I don't want to say the lesser things, but my parents are early 80s kind of deal, right? They live down in Courtney. One of the big advantages for them there is they have access to things like podiatrists, right? Which isn't, it's not a major thing, but if you got really bad feet and you got to go down island to get your feet treated, that becomes a challenge, right? Especially at that age when you're just you're not moving that much, right?
I missed a comment about the word elders.
There's not a word in the language that says elders.
Look over here and check on the youth breakout group.
Or a World Cafe with the youth to ask them what they want to.
Yeah.
Work together with the DARE program or whatever. That's part of the concept that I have, but I think that should happen every quarterly or something. Within the school system, and there's a lot of abuse going on out there, and the letters that Robbie got back there.
And over to.
Yes. Well, we didn't have come on it. I don't know where it was advertised, really.
They got 2 pages there.
It was only like about.
Well, what we've got is there's a farm, a piece of land that got returned. And then originally turned over to the church way back where it's and then it was held by the church, and it was given. They gave away parts of it to people sold to get the tribal guys. But then the band bought blocks of it back, and then it got turned over. We just turned over, so now it's actually contiguous to our reserve. It used to be a farm. It was a farm. That's what it was agriculture. So we had it identified as
experiences
a place
in northern and other isolated communities,
as opposed to some other houses or something.
And one of the other things, like Steve and I are on the ESS committee,
but the soil is
part of the provincial.
We all grew up.
Shannon was talking about and he was saying that where he was before, they had come to an agreement with, like say, ShopRite. Of supplies, emergency supplies on hand, and then they would keep moving that out and putting mystery stuff in behind and so on, so that they were committed to having enough emergency supplies on hand.
Yeah, well, that's what we're sort of food processing. It's sort of similar.
In our committee, we've looked at the reserve, never looked at security as part of the ESS plan.
No, that's good.
Energy drinks, natural energy drinks for their forests.
I don't know if I should.
Yeah.
You can't put a post in there. It's not going to work.
So we're a cafe group working on language and culture, working on housing issues, working on alternative energy, working on elders, working on youth, and working on food security.
Yes. Yes. And we want to get some new energy in. And
because I have no one at my unit. But, I just came to say I miss having a youth center that like this. I come up. It's like things like this area, but it's always soccer or volleyball. There's two things, and when they try hockey, it doesn't work. I'm not sure. Like they used to have a pool table and a ping pong. What you're talking about, and it's just like little. Youth now, so that you can have more.
Hello, everybody. There is a 4-minute warning, so our next starts around.
That's great.
That's why band is looking at it now.
And our energy is going up all the way around, like all of us. My head sector gets smaller. For our contribution for our going and getting our groceries, we have to go up. We don't want to.
To have some closing comments by Chief and Council and finish this day. It's been a long, informative, and great day. Thank you. Okay, Chief Deborah is going to make some quick closing comments, and everybody have a good evening.
Hello, everyone. We're speaking to almost an empty room, but we wanted to make sure that we said hello and thank you to people who are joining us by web. Thank you so much to staff who helped put this together and who do the hard work to hold up our administration and our nation. So a big round of applause for Namgis staff members who do an incredible job. And thank you to our members who came and joined us and provided us with your ideas and your feedback and your comment. And we do it for you, and we better do it by talking to you and not by just deciding what we think's best. So thank you so much for the input that you've provided to us. We will, I just wanted to say, you know, sort of the magnitude. You have federal and provincial governments and municipal governments, each that have their own jurisdiction. We have all of the jurisdictions that the federal government has, except maybe foreign affairs and aviation and transportation. We have all or most of the jurisdictions that the government of British Columbia has around land management, resource management, and all sorts of other jurisdiction that local governments have, and we have a fraction of the money that any one of those governments has. They have a tax base to draw on. We depend on the few crumbs that come our way from the government, so we have to make the best use of those money. So, you know, just bear with us. That's our way of saying we have a big job ahead of us, but we don't have a whole lot of resources, but we've got an incredible team who's going to look at ways that we can make the most use of that money. We want to continue to build unity and gain your trust. And so we hope that we'll just make more progress along that path with every meeting that we come to. We really look forward to seeing you in May when we have our next general meeting. And if you've got any thoughts that you want to share with us between then, be sure to get them in. We've got Hopeton here on board and Verna on board. They'd be happy to gather your ideas on our behalf. And so, Gila Kesla, everyone, thank you so much for coming. See you in May.